There it is. We're live. What's up, guys?
Hey.
We haven't all just been talking for the past 40 minutes. That's definitely wasn't what was happening.
Never seen these guys before in my life.
Yeah.
All right, do I have everybody's names labeled correctly? What's up? I'm one of your hosts, Mark Money. Here we are again for the, what is this? The
First ever
9th episode?
ninth?
Is it 9th?
I haven't been counting. I
Already?
really just guess every time.
Where do the days go?
But this is the Don't Hate the Player podcast, which I think the cooler name is Don't Hate the Podcast. I'm kind of liking that a lot more. I think that's what we're going to start calling it, if everybody's cool with that. And joining us for the first time above me is Mr. Herb Ferguson of Twitch. Come on, round of applause.
Hey.
There he is.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Oh, you're always welcome. And to, let's see, on the internet lands right of him, Pop That Baby Maker, all the way from, where are you? The Pirates of the Caribbean?
Yeah,
That's
dude.
where you live?
From the Pirates of the
Thieves.
And to my right, below Pop, diagonally from Herb Ferguson, Mr. Killer Metal Mike, a.k.a. a Warp in Time, Mr. Warp in Time,
Mr. A Warp in Time.
Warp in Time
Just
Senior.
the warped part.
Welcome, everybody, to this week's episode, which I've officially dubbed the GODCAST, because 75% of us have finished the new God of War, and we were going to talk about it tonight,
Ooh.
among other things. But the way that we've been starting the show off every week is, what have you been playing? So what have you been playing? Anybody can go first. 40, what have you been
Alright,
playing?
I'm going first.
Oh, Mike.
I'm going first. So obviously I played some God of War
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
here we are on the Godcast.
The GODCAST.
I also played a game that I got out of that Epic when they were doing the 12 games of Christmas.
Oh,
So I
yeah?
played Hello Neighbor with my kid.
Oh, nice.
What is that game?
It's like it's a survival horror puzzle game, which is really weird. But you have to you hear a noise from your neighbor's house, like Hitchcock's Rear Window.
Okay.
You think that something fishy is going on in there, so you bust in to investigate, and you have to puzzle your way around, find different items to reach different things to unlock new areas, and find different ways of getting into areas. It's a really interesting thing.
So
but
first
it's-
person?
First person. It's interesting. It's another one of these games that I like to think is like the cult internet hits, like
Oh, like a Five Nights at
famous
Freddy's?
YouTuber, right? Like
Ah.
a YouTuber gets his hands on it, and all of a sudden, everyone under the age of 12 knows what this game is.
Are you secretly talking about PewDiePie?
No,
Oh.
never. I would not say that about the king,
The ambassador of YouTube.
the ambassador of the interwebs.
Have any
yeah,
of you guys
it's,
played that besides you, Mike?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I couldn't
What
tell
did-
you what it looks like. Pop,
What
what'd
did
you
you
think?
think, Pop?
It's so I played I haven't played the version that came out on the Epic Store. It's been in early access for years.
Yeah, there were 4 alphas over
Yeah,
the course
so-
of 3 years or something like that.
Yeah, so I was in a stream and somebody was playing it in the early access, and one of the developers came in and just started giving away basically free weekend codes because it was an alpha. It wasn't they weren't selling the game yet or whatever. But
Yeah.
so I got to play it then. So it was a really early stage of it. There's definitely bugs and stuff that kind of broke the game, but
Right.
it like what Mike said, it's definitely one of those YouTuber streamer
It's a
I'm
good-
gonna
it's
play
a
this, people are gonna
stream-friendly
see my
game.
reactions.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it's kind of this crazy, almost I think there is an end to it, but the process in getting to the end is kind of insane. So it's
It
it's almost
is.
meant for just that replay value. And the one thing that like I think was like the big like thing for this game was like the AI they have of the enemy like learns off of your
Yeah.
like
He
traits.
takes your past like
Yeah.
runs and stuff to get through his house and places traps and things. So
Yeah,
That's
so-
you
wild.
have to find a new way to try and get
Yeah.
through,
That's
or
pretty cool.
trigger his traps and get stuck and risk getting caught.
Yeah. So
So
that
it
part was like
is,
pretty cool of like I went
yeah,
in the front door 3 times, he caught me each time. Now the fourth time I tried to go in, the front door is like locked down more and there's a trap on the inside. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like it's kind of cool stuff like that. I
yeah.
feel like.
Wait,
And
so
I also had the experience with like getting to the end is like stupid balls
Mhm.
hard. So
Yeah.
yeah, it's a real pain.
that sounds pretty cool. Do I have that game?
If you caught it
Sure.
on the Epic, it was one of their 12 free games. So for one day, it was available.
Maybe I did get it. I'm gonna have to check that out. I have so
It's,
many. Hey Dre, what's going on? I have so many ways to play games now, and I
Yeah.
have been like getting better at playing them, but it's a lot. But I'm gonna have to check that out. It sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
So yeah,
So,
anything else? You've been playing anything else
yeah,
besides those
God
two?
of War, Hello Neighbor, and now the other thing that I have is like a little guilty pleasure. Me and the wife, I picked up Wheel of Fortune
For
on
what
the
system?
PS4.
Oh, sweet.
So we have been playing Wheel of Fortune like very competitively around the house recently.
That's awesome.
But yeah, that's about it.
Cool. Okay. Who's next?
Yeah, I'll go.
Okay.
I played a little bit of Smash out of nowhere just because it's been a while.
Pop's favorite game.
Got my ass handed to me.
Oh, you were playing online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was a good deal of lag, so I couldn't say it was great. And then I tried Mario Maker 2
Mm-hmm.
just because I think I saw you playing it
Mhm.
not too long ago. And yeah, I'm surprised the update is actually pretty substantial. That free update that came out not too long ago. That added in like Zelda
I
or
haven't-
Link.
I haven't experienced the Zelda stuff in the Mario Maker yet.
It's pretty crazy.
Looks fun.
Like he could do like a surprisingly amount
yeah,
of like crazy things.
Yeah, that was cool to me because they added a mechanic. It wasn't just like,
Yeah.
okay, this is now like new map making abilities. They changed like a function of the game because they had all the amiibo support in the first one. That wouldn't really change anything the way the game worked. It just made your big Mario was just a character, right?
Yeah,
That was
right.
all that did. And now,
Yeah, just an
what,
extra
when you
hit.
pick up this Link costume, you have like a downward thrust, right?
Yeah, you could throw bombs, you could shoot arrows,
What?
use your shield, you could use your sword, you could do the
It's like
dash
the
attack.
closest thing we're gonna get to a Zelda 1 maker.
Yeah. I
Sounds
was
like
gonna
a
say
Zelda
that's-
2 maker.
That's
Yeah,
been rumored for a while, and I feel like this is like what you're gonna get.
he controls like Zelda 2. He looks like Zelda 1 sprite.
So it's like the best of both worlds because those were the two Zelda games that I experienced in my life before anything else. I had them both at the same time. It was probably my uncle's Nintendo. You know what I mean? I just like ended up with it. So
Yeah.
yeah, those games took up a lot of my time. Dre Razor, thanks for the host. 40, you been playing anything else?
Not really. I'm really just waiting for Animal Crossing at this point.
Oh, dude.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
The top
That's
half of the
basic.
screen is really happy right now.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's really all I care about at this point in Breath of the Wild 2 whenever that shows up.
Do you guys want to make predictions real quick about when Breath of the Wild 2 gets revealed? I mean, it's been revealed, right? But like gameplay reveal.
It'll get revealed within a month or two, and it'll release mid to late this year.
alongside
Along
a
with-
Switch Pro.
Exactly.
No, I'm gonna say.
I hope
it-
that's what they do.
It gets revealed E3 of 2021.
Really?
They
E3.
can't wait.
Why would they
can't
wait for?
that long?
Why would Nintendo do anything on at E3 anymore?
Well, I mean, they haven't. They've
The whole
been
gaming
there, like-
industry is all eyes on them.
Well, I've-
Whenever they do a direct.
Yeah, but so like I'm looking at it as it's the same thing as like the first Breath of the Wild, right? Where it's like that's just going to be the focus. Like the game sells itself, but it's like, hey, like we're just going to focus on this single game and show you why like if you don't have a Switch already, you should buy one because of this game. But also like like they made it very clear when they showed that trailer off like last year that it's like in very early development is like what I think the end of the trailer says. It's like I don't think it's coming out this
So
year.
hold on. Herb Ferguson says in a month or two. Pop says not this year. Dre Razor says possibly around springtime 2020. Mike, what do you think for Breath of the Wild 2 gameplay reveal? I like how this shit goes off tangentially like this.
Yeah, I think it's got to be sometime sooner this year because what was it, March of 2019, right? When we got, or was that 18?
It was no
No,
Breath of the Wild came out March of 2017.
17. Holy sh! It's really been that long.
Yeah.
Mhm.
My God.
Don't remember.
Yeah,
don't
so-
forget. It launched alongside the Switch. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Oh,
but
yeah.
let's
Right.
just
Right. So
lest we not forget that game was just a port of a Wii U game, right? I just always got to make sure that we're clear on that. The only
yeah,
reason
so
we needed
everybody
to
knows.
wait was so that the Switch could have its moment. But
It
Wii
definitely
U
was that though.
went
Like,
out in a blaze of glory.
they definitely held that game back for the Switch.
I love my Wii U, and I'll remain a Wii U fanatic forever.
It was pretty good,
Yeah.
to be honest. But
I just think for it to come out
horrible
this year,
name.
like we've already seen more of it, right?
Do you think
Well-
we'll get a Wii U 2?
God, I hope not.
Like,
I
we
have
did.
one
It's a Switch.
question.
Yeah.
What else does Nintendo have planned besides Animal Crossing?
A 2D Metroid game.
Yeah, Bayonetta
No,
3.
like- Anything that's been announced.
Yeah, Bayonetta 3. There's Metroid Prime 4 or whatever.
I don't
3
care about Metroid Prime 4. I'm telling you,
But I
I
mean, I'm
want
just saying
a
that's
3D
announced.
graphics, like a 2.5D Metroid side-scrolling, original style. Like,
I think.
There's
oh
No More
boy,
Heroes.
that'd be nice.
No More Heroes 3.
These aren't big enough titles. These aren't like Nintendo staples. Like those are.
Bayonetta is like a Nintendo.
But
staple.
the 2D Metroid
Metroid.
game would be like, that's something we've been waiting for. Like, everybody thought they wanted a new Star Fox, so they gave us Star Fox Zero, and that's a Nintendo staple, and that shit sucked.
Okay.
we all said maybe we don't need Star Fox.
I don't want to get like too far like into this, but like
Hold
what
on.
big,
Okay, go ahead.
what big Nintendo staple came out last year? There wasn't.
What,
Mario
Mario
Maker.
Maker too?
But is I wouldn't consider Mario Maker a Nintendo staple. That if you're gonna say that's a staple, then I feel like Metroid and Bayonetta 3 are definitely
Talking-
staples.
I would say Mario Maker's a new instant classic. Like, that's like, if they came out with a new Pilot Wings, it would be the same thing. Like, this is, you know what I mean?
It's
Like,
their 2D Mario entry.
Yeah,
right?
Mario Maker is a very strong IP for Nintendo right now. So
Well, yeah,
I
'cause
would
was the
call
only
it a
thing that came out
staple.
last year.
it's a little big
Yeah.
Like,
Mario Planet.
There was nothing that came out
yeah.
last year for
But
Nintendo games.
I'm looking for like in terms of like the big sellers, the ones that sell millions of copies, so that
I guess
Nintendo
that
can be
Pokemon,
like
right?
have
That
a
was the thing.
profitable year after Animal Crossing. What's their next big seller?
Well, what haven't we hit yet? I mean, we got a Zelda game, we got a Mario game, we got a Mario Maker game, we got Animal Crossing
Right.
coming.
Oh,
We're
you're
running
saying, like, what are they
Metroid
going to do
possibly
next?
coming.
They're gonna have to do Breath of the Wild too, because I don't see what else
Could
they have.
they do, like, a Splatoon 3?
Yes, that's
Ooh.
been rumored.
Eventually, they're gonna do that.
What about
definitely.
an Arms 2?
I don't know if that's sold well enough, but
Yo,
Yeah.
guys, you think we'll get another Fire Emblem game?
Yeah, probably like 6.
Oh,
Yeah, the last Fire Emblem was really like one of the best-selling games that
Yeah,
they had
yeah.
in the series. So
Here's my problem
Got
with
the
Papa.
3
Well,
houses.
actually, yeah, we'll get to what you've been playing in a second. But with these JRPGs, it really seems like the formula for a lot of these games is like you're playing the game for the story and whatever like mechanics are unique to this franchise. So we're gonna really kind of like slack off on the art and sound design, and like it's all gonna be very cookie cutter and like look the same. You know what I mean? Like I feel like what used to set RPGs apart was like they had all this fanfare accompanying them, and I don't know. I look at these games and I'm like, this doesn't. It's like I couldn't look at a screenshot from that and tell you if it was Xenoblade or Fire Emblem or like any I don't know. It's just all these like JRPGs seem kind of the same to me. Except
seem kind of anime now.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because like I'm spoiled by like the action RPG type of thing, but I don't know.
mean,
But
they're very well steeped in tradition.
yeah, that's true.
and, Yeah, they go with what people know and what people like.
That's
But yeah, I think I remember you guys were trash talking Fire Emblem last episode.
well the fact that that's
And-
the new character in Smash. That's what.
Nobody defended. No one defended Fire Emblem because you all don't really
I don't have
care
a problem
about it.
with Fire Emblem.
You can defend Fire Emblem, but it's lost on me because I feel like if I have the time to play through an expansive RPG that's kind of like the video game equivalent of reading a novel, then I'm just gonna go for subject matter that's more into like I always liked the Final Fantasy series, and I could replay an old one before I ever like sunk all that time into a new IP, well, new to me IP. You know what I mean? Like that's
Right.
I've just
There
rather.
isn't enough grab there for that time sink that you know it requires.
Like if
Yeah,
they
it's a big time sink
if
for
they
sure.
if they did what they're doing with like Secret of Mana or Legend of Mana, whatever the remake one that they're coming out with, like, or didn't they already do that? They remade
Yeah,
one.
they redid Secret of
Yeah.
Mana.
Yeah, like do that with Chrono Trigger, and I'll play that entire game from start to finish. Like, cause I got so far when I first played it, and I never finished it. And like, if they remade that one,
Me too.
I'd be all up in that. I mean, they gotta have like somebody has to have talked about that. I don't know.
It's got to be a licensing thing or a rights, you know. Who owns it at this point?
Oh shit! Pop resubbed.
Hey,
Can we just pause for 1 second? I'm gonna go to the be right back screen, and then in Discord, we should all back out of the call, and then we'll restart the call because
Yep.
it's doing some flickering, and I want to see if I can get it to stop by doing that. So everybody just click leave call, and then go back into it.
Yo.
All right. Hopefully that makes it a little bit better. It does. I notice that the longer we stay live without a break, it does start to flicker, and it doesn't really affect the audio quality, but it's kind of
No, But
distracting.
it is weird.
yeah,
So anyway, Pop, what have you been playing? 20 minutes in.
yeah.
20
So
minutes
I
and 20 seconds in 2020.
I jumped back into PUBG a little bit this week.
Hmm.
Their new season just like launched,
Okay.
and they came out with a new map, and it's like, I feel like the first couple PUBG maps that came out, they're like these huge maps where you can land on the map and like not see anybody for, 20 minutes. Where this one, it's like super tiny. It's like probably a fourth of the size of like the original map.
Okay.
So you land, and like almost always it's I land, I get gear, and I'm in a fight already, right? And so it's this like kind of faster paced matches.
That's an interesting move on their part.
Yeah, it's definitely like a weird change of pace. They've also added like some new stuff. Like there's like certain buildings that you can only get in by sticky bombs. So you have to find sticky bombs around the map.
Oh,
Then you
okay.
like throw the sticky bomb on a wall, it explodes. You can get in the building and then get like really good loot in that building,
Wait, you
right?
can't just chop the side of the building with an axe 10 times and get into
No,
it? Oh.
yeah. Um,
Hit
and
it
then
in the
there's
weak
also like a
spots.
new mechanic where, and I've actually already seen that like apparently Fortnite is trying to like copy this in some way, but there's a new mechanic where like I don't know if you guys I know Mark played a little bit of PUBG, but in PUBG there was always a red zone that popped up, like a red circle on the map, and if you were in that red circle, like bombs
Mm-hmm.
from like the sky would drop.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of this annoying thing to deal with, right? They added a version of that on this map, but it destroys buildings. So like if you're
Ooh.
inside of a building, typically in the red zone you were fine. It was just if you were out in the open. Or this, if you're inside of a building and a bomb hits the building, it'll just the building will like start to crumble and break. So like
You got to get out
it's
or
a
die in there.
super interesting mechanic where you see that pop up and like everybody in that circle kind of scatters, so then you can pop shots. Or if you're in it, you have to make a decision on like, am I going to leave and like risk being out in the open or but yeah, that's been pretty fun. I've been playing a little bit of that. And then yesterday I picked up a game. It was on the front page of Steam, and it had really good reviews, and it was 99 cents. It's called. I'm not sure if I'm saying this right, but it's like Piku Niku, something like Pikuniku, and it's like a 3D ish, like it's like a 2D 3D puzzly like exploration game. I don't know how. I've only played like maybe an hour of it, but it's like for 99 cents. I feel like it's like definitely worth looking into. I saw it's also on the Switch. If like you're not into playing stuff on the computer, but yeah, like that was pretty fun. It has like some interesting dialogue. There's some cool characters that you meet. Like uh, so yeah, I played a little bit of that yesterday.
Nice.
Hmm.
Nice.
Yeah.
Does anybody care what I've been playing?
What have you been playing?
Yeah, what have you been playing?
Courier Crisis on the PS1, which is a fun BMX mountain bike game. You have to deliver packages as a courier. Very Grand Theft Auto-y. That was my commentary about it. And then
I was
would
gonna go Death Stranding.
Yeah, it's like predates Death Stranding, but as far as
Delivering packages.
delivery guy games go.
Right.
I've also got Pizza Delivery Boy over there for the Wii, which I haven't delved into yet, but that's another delivery game that I feel like
I feel like we're all missing out on you not playing.
inspired what would eventually become Death Stranding. I was playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2 for the PS1. You might have caught that
Yeah.
on the stream. That was a blast from the past. Fun. Very fun game. Still holds up, Tony Hawk 2, except for the fact that you can't revert out of half pipes into manuals, which they added after that. Which so stringing together combos is still. I mean, they give you the manual, which is cool, but no revert out of the half pipes. And what else was I playing? I played some In the Hunt on PS1. Yeah,
Is that the submarine
that's
game?
the submarine game. That's like
Oh,
shot up
yeah,
in value
Oh,
recently
yeah.
too. It's like
Yeah.
I looked at the prices of some of these games on eBay and I'm like, I bought these for like really, really good deals when I got them. And I remember being like, I'm paying too much for this stupid game. And they're just there's like a boom in PS1 games right now. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. I really think PS1 and PS2 games are going to shoot up in value if this PS5 stuff is true about being backwards compatible.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
all of them will, won't they?
Well, they will actually be more valuable, whether or not
Yeah.
people see them as more valuable. That
Right.
right now they're
I mean, I
as
would
valuable
definitely
as
consider-
however many consoles exist that can play them.
Right.
But that's PS1s, PS2s, and PS3s. There still is probably a lot of machines out there to play. It's not that hard to play a PS1 game these days.
Yeah.
No.
Speaking of that, I bought both my PS1 classics at full retail price, pre-ordered.
Nice.
Ooh.
Sick, dude.
What a fucking asshole I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what was I playing last? I can't remember. Was that Tony Hawk? That was the last thing I was playing on stream.
Yeah.
It's the one that
Yeah.
I caught.
Are we sure about that? I think I on Wednesday I played something else, and now I can't remember what the hell it was.
Don't remember.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I've been playing a lot of PS1 games, so yeah.
Sick.
26 minutes. That's not bad to all go over what we've been playing lately.
Yeah.
So if everybody's good, then I'll just hop into this Google Doc and we'll start going down the list of shit to talk about. And you know, this is a God of War focused episode, so right. So we're gonna get there. But introduced last week was the rapid fire news, where we go over some kind of like news stories that are current that aren't really being like the top of the page headline news. And the first one that I saw a lot of just on Reddit people talking about is, oh, my Walmart has the PlayStation 4 back button out on the shelves, so I bought one. And then somebody else would post that their GameStop had one, and somebody else found one at Target, and it was not supposed to come out until like February 5th or 6th or something like that. But it's just, you know, a peripheral. It's not like any crazy game or something that shouldn't be leaked out. It's literally just two buttons that you already have somewhere else on your controller, so it's not that big of a deal. And I actually stopped at GameStop today to put some money down on my pre-order for Last of Us Part 2. And apparently this GameStop in my town that I live in isn't closing imminently, so I'm continuing to pay for my pre-order for Last of Us 2 at this GameStop. And they had one DualShock 4 back button controller attachment. It's probably reversed for you guys, but everybody watching on Twitch should see that there it is. This is the box it comes in. And it's really pretty small. Well, here it is on the controller. You know, it looks like it's part of the controller. I put it on the black one just to show. You still get your 3.5mm audio jack down at the bottom, and 2 extra buttons. And the cool part is the screen. Okay, the controller has to be on, but it really is a nice OLED screen right there. And when it's on, and the animations, they're like nice and fluid, and it seems like a bit much, but it's $30. And I played. Oh yeah, that's the other game I've been playing lately. Is Fortnite. So I played some Fortnite with the back button controller, and my honest impressions, really right off the bat, is that it's not that comfortable because it's meant to hit with your ring fingers. Oh, sorry, I'm putting that right in front of the microphone. That was my phone. So it's not the most comfortable thing, but what I was doing, and if you're familiar with Fortnite, is that I've just got this one linked up. This is my right hand, you know, for you guys that you can't really see, but this will bring up the build menu, and then over here is reload. So I'm just bring up the build menu and reload, so I don't have to move my thumb to do either of those things.
Yeah.
It works. It takes some getting used to, but just the ability of having these 2 extra buttons be whatever you want, I don't see how that could ever be a bad thing, when like the cheapest way to get there is to buy like a $150 controller, and the best way to get there is to buy a $200 controller. This thing's $30. It doesn't take up a whole lot of space, and you know, the PlayStation 4 DualShock 4 controller is a great controller already. So this just makes a lot of sense. And if the PlayStation 5 comes with these buttons already built into their controllers, and it's an L4 and R4 situation, then great. If they're just there for you to program to whatever you want, great. But this will, I'm sticking to my theory that this is going to make the DualShock 4 forward compatible with the PS5.
So actually, that's like one thing I wanted to bring up when I saw you put this up is another like kind of like big leak of like the reveal event for the PlayStation 5 came out by somebody who's like leaked things before and been like in the community proven to like not like just throw out random stuff, but like in that it was very specific on the DualShock 5 will be compatible with PlayStation 4s, and the DualShock 4s will be compatible with PlayStation 5s. And
Um,
so, like, I feel like with them just randomly adding this, like, peripheral at the end of, like, the console generation, it seems so weird, but when you think about it that way, it, like, makes sense. So, like, I feel like that might be the case.
I don't know if you knew this, but the DualShock 4 can be synced up with a PS3.
Those three. Yeah. It's just some of the features don't work on it, but yeah.
Right, but you already have more features on the 4 than you do
Yeah.
that you would need for the 3.
Mhm.
So you can't use the motion sensing,
Yeah.
and
For
you
whatever
can't
reason,
use the
anytime I've ever
touchpad.
done it, the PlayStation button doesn't work. Like so it's like it's inconvenient because you can't just like back out of a game to the main screen. But like I
Yeah,
think that's just a PlayStation 3 like interface issue more than like the controller. But
yeah.
I don't know.
I thought that
It'll
was
be
pretty cool.
interesting. Like I feel like it definitely seems like with what Xbox has already said about like what they're doing with like all their accessories and things like that. If the PlayStation lines up, it seems like they're planning for this stuff now. So like it should be an easier fit where it's like going into it if they're thinking already the DualShock 4s are going to work with PlayStation 5, the DualShock 5s are going to work with PlayStation 4, then you might not run into those problems.
Right. So, final verdict on this thing is it's not for everybody. You don't need this thing, but if you're in the market for adding some extra buttons or maybe looking for something like the Xbox's Elite controller, this might be the way to go. It's a cheap entry and gets the job done. It's not too bad. It doesn't really take away from the functionality or the ergonomics of the DualShock 4. So very good. Moving on. Activision and Blizzard. Activision, Blizzard, and Google sign esports and cloud deals. Did you guys read this article?
Oh, I did see this. Yes.
I heard about it.
Okay, so basically what it is that YouTube is going to be the exclusive streaming provider for Activision Blizzard live coverage of esports competitions.
Yeah.
That includes the inaugural Call of Duty League, which begins whenever this article was written, and the third season of the Overwatch League.
Yeah.
So that starts February 8th. Also covers Hearthstone and World of Warcraft esports competitions. What I was wondering when I read this article, and anybody can answer, is do you think that because this is Google, that you're going to see some sort of exclusivity happen with the Stadia? That, the thing that's not mentioned in this article is what, they're getting their beak wet with this partnership. I mean, that would be like
Stadia
suicide.
Would have to Stadia would have to like really like
spend a lot of money
themselves. Yeah.
Well, they would just have to spend a fuckload of money.
Because to me, like this isn't like I feel like this is just like a bidding war, right? Like I remember when Twitch signed the Overwatch esports deal like 2 years ago, and I think they paid like it was something insane. Like they paid like $10 million to have like the first 2 seasons of Overwatch exclusive to Twitch, and it's like I would almost be willing to bet that didn't end up being like a very good source of income from them. Like it didn't pay out well.
Herb Ferguson, what do you think?
Not directly. It didn't pay off, but they're just trying to get more viewers and more viewers to stick with Twitch. So in the long run, they just catch more viewers to make money off,
Ads.
the lifetime of the viewer.
Oh.
So, yeah, indirectly, yeah, they sunk the money in and they're not going to get it back. But hopefully in the long run.
Mike, any thoughts?
Uh, I mean, it's kind of irritating, like as a Overwatch League viewer, to
Mhm.
like have to try and chase down where they're actually going to broadcast it.
Well, we're all familiar with YouTube, though,
Right. I know,
so
but
it's not
like
that bad. But yeah, I guess if you had to go
no,
to
no,
like some
but
like,
I mean, I had been coming to Twitch because that was the place to go,
Mhm.
and I mean, when I look for live streaming gaming content, I always come to Twitch.
Right.
Right.
Hashtag
We like Twitch.
Yeah, we go to YouTube for the pre-recorded stuff.
Right. That's
Yeah.
where I get it after the fact.
Yeah.
Show me the highlights. Give me your commentary.
So really,
But
what it comes down to
while
is
I'm watching it,
now
is
you,
that I just don't see YouTube as the live streaming platform as
yeah,
much as a video library platform.
and they're more than
Yeah.
capable of doing it. But Twitch kind of just commandeered that whole market, and
Yeah.
what you end up with is kind of like I would call it a stalemate in the sense that you've got two titans battling it out, Amazon and Google, who are just crushing it regardless of where you're watching your esports. It's not unheard of to have this competition or tournament being broadcast on this network and this one over here on this network, Fox and CBS with the different
Right.
games, and even Twitch got their hand in that with the Thursday night
Yeah.
games. So okay, so now I have to change the channel to YouTube, and it would be nice if there was one ecosystem that we could all just exist and watch the things we want to watch. But I guess I was reading this article totally. I was thinking Google and just like, okay, Google's getting into gaming in a big way with the Stadia, and they have like a good concept, and they're in the ring with giants too, because I don't know if you guys noticed, but PlayStation Now is offering another free trial to anybody who wants to experience it, because games, the Netflixification of games is here. We're at the on the doorstep of it, right? It's not everybody.
Looks like there's a problem.
Holy shit!
What's the
Google's
problem?
listening.
Google's
What's the
listening.
problem, Google?
Oh yeah, because I'm talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
It's listening.
that actually freaked me out.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
did
who's
hear
in
that
here?
too, though. Like with Horizon coming to PC,
Yep.
I've heard that there were rumors of developers making games for the PS5 that were told by PlayStation people to keep the PC version in mind while they're working on development. So, I mean, if we really are going to get the Netflix of games,
Mm-hmm.
PlayStation seems like they're trying to gear up for it.
I think it's just like smart, right?
Well, you have to. You can't get left behind. That's
True. And Xbox already has the Games Pass.
and it's
Yeah.
great. I'm gonna be sad when it goes away because it's more than I want to pay. I have so many games that I could play. I don't really need to be streaming games right now. It's nice to have like the latest and greatest without having to buy it, but at the end of the day, I almost would rather just buy it still, right? People who collect physical don't really have the need as much as somebody who would want, like the target audience for streaming games. Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does anybody have anything else on this Activision Blizzard Google partnership?
Money.
That's about it, right?
All
Yeah, it's YouTube throwing money because they're serious about getting into the game against live streaming against Twitch, because Twitch has such a command over the audience. So,
Mm-hmm.
and Facebook as well is trying to get in. So, I guess this is just the beginning of those names throwing money. So, we'll
Yeah,
see
This
much
is
more.
like,
I feel like the one who does it better is usually the one who gets there first, and Microsoft has what, Mixer?
Mixer, yeah.
Yeah, no one wants to go to Mixer to watch anything.
Mm-hmm.
Not even Shroud or Ninja.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is like YouTube or Google just spending the money that they were trying to dish out for the Ninja contract and didn't get. They're like, well, now we have this extra $20 million. What are we gonna do with it? Let's buy the Overwatch League.
Yeah.
So anyway, moving on in this rapid fire.
Woo!
No, we get into it a little bit. We get into it. So God of War 3, along with lots of other games, but because this is a God of War focused episode, this link brings us to this GameSpot link brings us to a list of all the games, the biggest games that are turning 10 in 2020. One of them being God of War 3, which we should talk about in a little bit of detail, and I'm sure we will later on in this episode if we're going to be talking about the legacy of God of War. But there's a lot of good games worth talking about here. Just to rattle a few of them off: Bayonetta, Mass Effect 2,
Red Dead,
BioShock 2, Dante's Inferno. Remember that Heavy Rain left a impression on me. It doesn't really stand the test of time at 10 years old, but it was cool then. I never played Deadly Premonition. Did anybody play that?
I haven't yet.
I
It's
didn't
on my
play it,
list.
but I
Sorry.
watched a bunch of YouTube playthroughs.
Yeah.
That game is pretty hilarious.
Oh, yeah?
It's like half Twin Peaks, half janky ass game, but it's got some weird kind of charm to it, and they're making a sequel for some odd reason. So
For the Switch,
I
right?
heard that.
yeah, for the Switch.
it's
'Cause
all
that was a
very
GameCube exclusive?
strange.
Or not GameCube. What was that?
It was
Deadly
on the
Premonition?
PC, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I just know they announced a
and,
remaster version for the Switch, and then also the.
No, Xbox 360 exclusive. That's what it says.
It may have been at launch, but I know you can get it on PC now.
Yeah, at launch it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, this says Mega Man 10. Came out March 1st, 2010. Is that a thing?
Yeah.
I guess.
That's interesting. Battlefield Bad Company 2, Final Fantasy 13, God of War 3.
In March.
March 16th.
Coming up on turning 10.
That's pretty cool. Anybody want to
would
talk
have-
about it now?
Who would have
wait.
thunked it?
I feel like-
Just Cause
yeah, like,
2.
I
there
can
was
talk
a,
about it. but
yeah,
I
there,
feel like,
we'll get into it. We'll
yeah.
get into it. I see. There's a lot of cool shit. Super Street Fighter 4,
Call of Duty Black Ops.
Super Mario Galaxy 2, Peace Walker. That was a
Ooh,
PSP
Limbo.
game. Limbo was great. I love that game.
Yeah.
Halo Reach. I never played it. Anybody play that?
I just played the remake on
No.
PC, and it's not good.
Oh, okay.
Excellent.
Fallout
Dude,
New Vegas
GTA
people really
Hero
like.
2.
Super Meat Boy was instant classic. Played a lot of Rock Band. Yeah, I mean, next year we could go over a new list of games that turn 10, right? These are all games that just came out in 2010. We kind of did this 3 or 4 times on the podcast already. I just thought it was I was looking for God of War type stuff, and that popped up, and
Yeah.
I thought it was
so
interesting.
There's your reference.
yeah,
The
those
last
that's
one before PS4
yeah.
just turned 10 years old.
That's right. That's right. So this next one is interesting. There's mumblings going around. There's not really a whole lot to talk about here. It's all speculation, but people are saying that we're gonna see God of War 2 teased at the PS5 reveal event, which is looking more and more like it's going to hit that February. I mean, I was looking at our guesses from last week, right?
Yep.
No matter what, if it's February 5th, we're all right.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. But yeah, no. Mike said February 14th, the latest.
I
said the first
something-
week of February, and Pop said February 5th. 40, when
I
do you
saw
think
something
that the
today that said-
PS5 is going to be revealed?
I don't know. Probably pretty soon, I would imagine.
Right, so same answer.
There's something that said February 12th is like the new date. then I
Well,
was looking at it, like,
whatever
dude, like,
whatever it
mine's
is,
almost on it.
whatever it is, if you click on this link here, right? This is from GameRant.com. It just says that God of War developer Santa Monica Studio is going to be at the PS5 reveal event in February, and that's not that weird on its own. If Cory Barlog and people from the team of God of War hadn't already kind of teased details about a second game, I mean, here's all you really need to know. They like money. There's gonna be a second game. If there's not, they don't like money enough, right? So, but that aside, Sony Santa Monica is a wholly owned subsidiary of Sony. So for them to be at a PS5 reveal,
Yeah.
not strange at all.
No, especially given the history. If we watch that Raising Kratos, that Santa Monica was working on 2 different games at the time they
Yeah.
were working on God of War, and one of them was a sci-fi game,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
which is now a rumored thing to be one of the PS5 launch games.
Legends.
I think that we
Yeah.
talked about.
And I think
Yeah.
that's very, like, I think
That's
that
more
is,
likely.
like a 90% chance of happening
Right.
over, like, God of War 2 being teased. I think
Well,
it's
here's
just
the
way
thing.
too soon.
If Sony Santa Monica shows up at a PS5 reveal and then they show this game, this sci-fi game that people know about from the documentary and that people have been aware of, right? And they bring it and show it off at this PS5 reveal, and then after that, do some little quick flash on the screen of Kratos or something, and do a tease, that kind of detracts from the other
Yeah.
thing. So you either have to tease God of War before you talk about that game, even though that will just steal the show regardless.
Yeah.
So I say if they're there to show that game, they're only showing that game. I don't think really. I think it's kind of fun, right? It's fun to say that if there's going to be a second God of War game, it's going to be on next gen. We won't see it on the PS4. Maybe they'll make a dumbed down version of it for all those PS4 owners, but I doubt it. I think that'll be a system seller for the PS5 all the way.
Yeah.
And there's really no need to tease it at a PS5 reveal because we
Yeah.
all know it's coming. But for them to be like, hey, remember that game that we almost didn't finish? Well, we brought it, and it's going to launch with the PS5. That would be cool. I would play it, too, because what else are you going to play when the PS5 comes out?
I think it's more likely that we get, like, the new IP, or, like, I could even see them doing some. We're getting into weird territory with this because, like, they're saying PlayStation 4 games will work on PlayStation 5 and stuff, but, like, I could even see them doing hey, God of War was clearly, like, one of our best-selling exclusives. We're making a, true 4K version for the PlayStation 5. Like, I could see them doing something like that, some type of, like, upscaled version of the one that
Like
came out
they did
a
with
couple years
3.
ago for the PlayStation 5. But I think it's a little too soon to get any type of tease for the second one.
Right on.
Yeah, I feel like it is really soon because it just got all that praise at the end of the year last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tons of accolades for that game. Adams and Titan, welcome to the podcast, and you're gonna see that Streamlab things popping up. That's the vote for my Monday stream. Just a shameless plug right here in the middle of the podcast. You can vote for I'm gonna play Spider-Man or Grand Theft Auto, and that's one vote for GTA from Titan. So anyway, I think it's safe to say that while a reveal of a Sony Santa Monica game for the PS5, along with the reveal of the PS5, is likely.
Yeah.
It's way less likely that will be God of War 2. Agreed? Can we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I especially think too, like, after, like, I know we're gonna talk about it here, like the Raising Kratos, but, like, after watching that, I'd feel like it's definitely, like, safe almost to assume that, like, not all 100 and whatever employees went over to work on God of War. Like, they could have easily done the same thing that they were already doing for God of War, with this other game of like, let's leave 20 people to like be thinking of this next title, right?
Yeah, that's smart. You have to
Yeah.
always have something on the back burner.
So I wouldn't be surprised.
And real quick before we leave that topic, that quick little story, this the same article on Game Rant also mentions that maybe a Spider-Man 2 reveal will be something that exists, and I feel like that might be even as far-fetched as that sounds, might be a little more likely, because when they were talking about the PS5, the very first time we really even heard anything about it, they were like, "Look, here's Spider-Man, and look how fast it runs look how fast it loads on the PS5." And they showed us a comparison, like a side by side. It was like one was taking like 30 to 45 seconds, and then the other one was like instant.
Yeah, I think that's much more likely. I think we will see a Spider-Man 2 tease. There was a leak. I don't know if it's this article that talks about it or I saw it somewhere else, but there was a leak just this week that I saw that was talking about like it basically like had like uh almost like a bullet point presentation of like the major points of interest of a Spider-Man 2 video game, and like it kind of fit, like it made sense. Like I feel like with uh if you take those two games because they came out the same year, God of War and Spider-Man, I feel like God of War is definitely the one that like deserves more time and like took more time to make than the Spider-Man game, because it's like Spider-Man, you already have a character, we know his backstory, we know his abilities, we know the enemies, we know what their abilities are, right? So I feel like it's easier to like start.
Well, yeah,
Whereas
wrote a game, they wrote a story and then made a game for God of
Yeah,
War.
exactly.
Right.
Yeah, where it's like, okay, Kratos is in this new place. What are we gonna do? And they had to come up with all that stuff and have it make sense. So I
Yeah.
think the turnaround time for a Spider-Man game is like much quicker than.
I just
God of
thought
War.
of something really quickly, and this is an interesting thought. I think. What if we see some teaser footage of Spider-Man 2 and a God of War 2 and a Horizon 2 and maybe some new IP from Naughty Dog and all this kind of things in like a sizzle reel, right? Like we see a new Sony Santa Monica game revealed alongside the PS5 reveal, and maybe at the end of it you see a sizzle reel of just like something to get the internet talking. Like, did you see in the sizzle reel that we caught this and we saw a glimpse of that and blah 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 blah. Oh, did you notice that there was The Last of Us Part 2 was in there, which means we're probably going to get a version of it for the PS5 and la da 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 da, you know? I think it'll be more along the lines of that. I'm going to go ahead right now live on the internet and say that we'll see some of those things teased in like a little minute long or 30-second sizzler. Yeah, it'll be sizzling.
I definitely think like if I had to put money on it, Spider-Man 2 and Horizon 2, I think will be the games that get like sequel teasers.
Herb Ferguson, are you going to buy a PS5 at launch?
Only if it has Crash Bandicoot on it.
And ray tracing?
Yeah, with ray tracing.
That's right.
Yeah, I didn't buy a PS4. I don't plan on getting a PS5.
Oh, yeah.
Especially at launch, if it's going to be like $400, $500.
I feel like if they came out and said it was 400, people would celebrate.
400 would be good. 500's a little bit of a stretch. I'm sure it's worth it, but it'll be hard to convince people of that.
I agree. So the last thing in this quick news that we're going through is a Polygon article talking about how Cory Barlog, creator of God of War, explains why games are often ugly until the end of development. And it's kind of a no-brainer, you know. They run the game in sort of like a limited rendering mode, and no sense in like maxing out everything while you're just trying to refine levels and areas. But I thought it was kind of interesting because it was in reference. He was responding to people's critique of Cyberpunk 2077 and the way that it looked in like a recent screenshot, and it's like, that game is huge. It's to get it to run on a PS4 and an Xbox One. It'd probably run better on the Xbox One if I had to say so myself. But why would the pre-release game footage have to look that good, right? If they're still developing the game, that's kind of what he says. This is really only in here because Cory Barlog said it, and that's who we're talking about today.
Yeah.
Eventually,
When has like pre-release stuff ever really been like, okay, this is what you're gonna see when you get your hands on the game? Like, didn't Spider-Man have puddles? Wasn't there a
there
whole
was
puddle
that whole
controversy?
thing. Yeah, where like a demo of the game had like a bunch of puddles in it that had reflections and stuff, and then the actual game came out, or like right before the game came out, they took those puddles out, and everybody's like, "It's a downgrade," and like,
yeah.
It's a
If the game ran
No
on the
puddles.
computers that they used to make the game, you would
Sure.
have the puddles. Like everybody, this has been a thing since the beginning of game development. They show you something awesome, and then they give you something lackluster. But is it really? Like, are the puddles ruining your fucking experience? Is what I want to say. Like, I get it.
I don't know. I
It's
can't
like-
even tell you how much time I spent on the ground.
Square is notorious for that. Square, they'll show you like the most beautiful game footage and be like, yeah, this is what the game looks like when you're playing it. And then you get the game and it does not look like that at all.
Yeah. Final Fantasy VII remake. It's just gonna be Final Fantasy VII again.
Yeah, we remade it.
We remade it. We put it on this new PS4 disc.
Yeah.
Give it some new
Oh,
art on
actually,
the
we only
cover.
put the first part of it on this
Yeah.
PS4 disc,
Right.
which
uh,
by right, that's how the original Final Fantasy VII was. It came on 3 discs. So,
There you go.
just saying.
except they sold all 3 discs for one price, right?
Hey, don't get crazy now. This is 2020.
Yeah.
No, it's weird. This one kind of, I feel like, what's the studio that makes Cyberpunk? CD Projekt Red
CD
came out,
Projekt Red, yeah.
and they came out and like confirmed this like a day or two later. They're like, yeah, the game's delayed because it runs like garbage on Xbox and PS4. So like anything you see from it is not gonna look great, and that's why we delayed it 6 months to make it better. Like, so I feel like it's just like, okay, like, for it seems like what they're trying to make and like what they're going for, like, I feel like it's like, let's make the best possible game we can and then downgrade it to make it run on these consoles, and I feel like that's what they did. So I don't know.
Right.
The Witcher 3 is like
Shittiest game
one of
ever.
the best.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not fun to play, but it's one of the best looking games. I feel like
I wouldn't know. I haven't seen much of it.
it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's
Hate
like
that
not
game.
like a. They're like a studio that I feel like you're not like worried about of like, are they gonna like, are they trying to trick me into buying their game and then giving me like
A piece of
something
shit.
different? Yeah, like I just don't see them doing it.
You guys, has anybody here played The Witcher?
Nope.
No.
I mean, I've played the first hour of it 4 times.
Yeah, me too.
I can't even commit to watch the Netflix show.
The Netflix show is really good, and I hate the game, but like the show is actually really good. It made me go out and buy all of the Witcher games on PC because I was like, maybe I'll do it.
Maybe.
That was your first mistake.
Yeah, they were on sale. It was like I got all 3 of them.
You'd
for,
be
like,
losing
$20.
money if you didn't buy them.
Yeah.
You know, the show is going to be huge, though. Like, even my parents watched it.
Oh, really?
Like, Netflix is pushing it, and everyone has Netflix, so
Yeah.
The show's really good.
They're all just looking for something to watch.
yeah.
It's kind of
Yeah.
confusing, but like I could see it being confusing if you didn't know anything about The Witcher. But
I mean,
I
isn't
don't
it
know,
just
I enjoyed
like
it.
broads giving you sponge baths in a wooden tub? Isn't that like the whole
Yeah.
game?
Yeah,
You know.
dude.
Just like Game of Thrones is just about incest and beheadings.
Right. Right.
So.
I thought Game of Thrones was about. Never mind. Actually, never mind. I was just gonna say Game of Thrones, but I won't.
So yeah, that's our 1 hour into the podcast, rapid fire news. For
Awesome.
anybody who comes to this podcast for news.
Now
There
that
it
we've
is.
weeded them out,
Yeah,
let's
now-
get to the real story here.
Yeah, we don't normally do this, but I'd like to grab a drink and take a quick, like maybe 2 minutes. I'm gonna put it on the Be Right Back screen. So if you guys need to use the potty or get yourself a beverage, now's a great time to do it.
Yeah,
Powder
right.
nose.
All right. And let me guess, Twitch is gonna play a commercial. Oh no! All right. I brought it back.
Yo.
It's all right. It's still just got the music playing, just waiting for everybody to get back. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but we're live again.
I can hear you.
I know you can hear me.
Oh, good. You guys see that creepy drawing that my kid drew?
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
That's a good ass question. That's creepy.
Today's episode is brought to you by the DualShock 4 back button attachment.
Hashtag not an ad. Hashtag could be an ad. Hashtag call us.
Hashtag make this an ad. Oh, we could mingle with the chat right now. Titan, what's going on, man? You
So rude.
you voted for GTA. I suppose I could change that, right? Change that. I'll do it to every 30 minutes now. Titan's sitting at home making the memes.
Yeah, so I picked up a new game this week too.
Oh yeah, what'd you get?
Well, along with Wheel of Fortune.
Right.
I also picked up Overcooked 1 and 2.
Oh, on the PS4, cool.
PS4. I'm trying to get the missus to play with me.
The very first level, you have to like make soup.
Yeah, I heard that game will like make you get divorced.
Sick. Love it.
Damn it.
No, so I turned it on. And we started playing it and started the first level, and something came up.
Shit. Hold on.
Fuck, man. Yeah, so we started that first level, started cooking soup together. And then, next thing you know, she had to leave. I've been harassing her for a few days now. Help me cook the soup. Help me cook the
What?
soup.
That's up to like 4 players, so you could play with the kids too.
Again, just means I gotta buy more controllers.
Sorry, I just dropped like everything.
That's on the PlayStation 4.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's a tough one.
What's that, Starbound? What are you guys
How
talking
the
about?
hell you can afford 4
No.
PS4 controllers? I don't know.
Pop, why'd you
I don't
change
know.
your shirt to a Britney Spears shirt?
Yeah, so the
Ooh,
Kratos
that is
shirt's cool.
great.
I really like it. I haven't worn it in like a long time. It's just been sitting in my closet, and like
It smells
I
weird.
don't know. It was like like it had like a must to it that I was just like, this isn't worth it. Like
Maybe
I want to
not.
take it off.
I'm digging the Britney shirt.
Thank you.
Britney, bitch.
Brittany,
My girl.
bitch. This is like totally relatable to the theme of God of War.
Of course,
You know,
dude.
like growing and expanding as a person,
Yeah, totally.
learning to accept the truths. You know, isn't that totally what Brittany is about?
That's right. All right, welcome back to the Don't Hate the Podcast, which this week is the GODCAST, and now we're gonna get into some God of War. And really, I don't think that there's anything else that needs to be done except start from the beginning and then make our way to where we are now. So I'll just say what I always say about God of War. When I first saw God of War on the PlayStation 2, it was one of those times in my life of gaming that I was looking at what was happening on the screen and being like, I can't fucking believe what I'm looking at right now. This machine is doing something that I didn't expect was gonna happen this gaming generation, you know? When you think about what God of War was before the most recent installation, it was kind of like that was out on the PS2. You know, you had to stop and
Yeah.
think for a second, like, is that was really a PS2 game? And you go back and you play it now, and it looks polygonal, you know, but it's smooth for what it was. Like, it was very smooth animation wise, and the character models and the backgrounds, and it was all big, right? The characters were all very big, so you didn't need a whole lot of polish to make it look polished, if that makes any sense.
Mm-hmm.
And the format was just like, here's this cool cinematic camera angle, and now fight in this 3D space. And when everything's dead, then you can leave, and you go to, now it's this top-down 3/4 angle, really cool cinematic shot, and you're gonna fight in this corridor now, and then you make it to the end of essentially a level. You don't even realize it because you're like you're watching a story unfold, but it's on the sticks, right? So you're playing you're playing this story, and you get to the boss at the end of the first level, and it's like this giant hydra that you have to impale its head onto the masts of the boat. And when it's over, you're just like, what the fuck did I just do? You know, it's like an exhilarating experience. And I haven't played it in a while, but I've played it a few years ago, something like that. And it held up. It aged very well. Anybody care to share their experience with the first God of War?
My first God of War experience that I had was actually I didn't hear about God of War when it first came out, and my brother played it. And I remember just watching him fire up this game and sit there and find that your main character is in bed with 2 ladies right off the start of the game, and I'm like, yeah, I could play this game. I could get into this. All right, let's see what we got. And so I played the first God of War, and actually that's where my God of War stopped for quite a few years until we reboot, I guess.
Okay.
But yeah, it was like in the age of like the PS2 3D platformer kind of games. This one was like you said, one that looked like it was a little nicer done than the rest of them. It just had like a certain smoothness to it, and like you said, everything's scaled so large too that it was like oh my god, this huge thing. I'm gonna like fight this like on this PS2. Like
Yeah, yeah, it was awe-inspiring, kind of. Just a reminder before we continue that this is God of War that was released on March 22nd, 2005 on the PS2, later released on the PS3 and Vita. So go ahead. Sorry, I'm just establishing a
so-
timeline here.
yeah, that was pretty much it for me. So that timeline actually puts me like right towards the end of high school, the
But
middle.
like 15,
Yeah,
that would put me at 15.
yeah, like
So
perfect
yeah,
timing for that.
I can't really remember it so clearly, but I did play it when it came out, basically. But you did mention it how it was cinematic, which
Mm-hmm.
I think is important to point out because games weren't that wasn't so common back then.
Right.
So that definitely stood out. Also, the Greek mythology was just a good fit since it was so freaking violent.
Yeah, and it
Kind
really
of
pulled
made
you
it
in.
it made it okay because it was set in Greek mythology,
Right. It
but
was.
also,
Yeah.
it's not too far off from like a Devil May Cry game, which came out a couple years before. It's just way more polished,
Right.
pushed.
It was also
Yeah, like
cinematic. A Devil May Cry was like a
cinematic.
cinematic type
Yeah,
of.
it was well put together. Yeah.
Um. So I feel like Pop. What about you, man? When the first time you
I
played
was
the original God of War?
Yeah, I was too young to play it when it first came out. I was like 10 or 11 when it came out.
Yeah.
So I actually I didn't play it until like later on.
So
Um,
after you had played other entries, or
yeah, 2 was my first one, and I
okay,
liked 2 so much that I went back and played 1.
right? Because there's so many great ways to digest or to ingest rather God of War 1 and 2. You've got
Yeah.
the collections that came out for the PS3, the Vita, and then I'm pretty sure you could buy like double packs of the game on PS2. They had that for a little, so it's
I
really
think I played both of them on the PS2 because I think God of War 2 came out like after the PlayStation 3 had came out, but like I
that.
didn't get a PlayStation 3 at launch because it was $600.
Oh yeah, you know what? No. It didn't come out after the PS3, but God of War 3 was originally started to be developed for the PS2, and then
I know. I just remember
they
God of
switched
War
it
2
to.
came out like really close to when the PS3 launched. I remember I didn't get a I wasn't like couldn't afford to get a PS3, but I remember being super excited about God of War 2 because I didn't get to play 1, and then going back and play. So I played both 1 and 2 on like the PlayStation 2. But yeah, like definitely I feel like a like set piece game, right? Like
For sure, I would say that we could kind of talk about like fundamentally what is
yeah,
God of War when we first saw it, right? So fundamentally, you've got elements of platforming, and that's on the ground, that's with climbing, that's with like jumping, actual the true definition of platforming. There's your combat, which is kind of like a button mashing, but also if you care to learn it, there's combos that you could pull off and that you could learn throughout your course of your gameplay. There was collecting, collectibles that you could get that could give you more health, more magic, more power, essentially more moves you would unlock by collecting certain things, and then you could get like special items. It was kind of more introduced in God of War 2, where you get extra weapons aside from the blades, but the really cool blades on the end of the chains, swinging them around, and you also had puzzles though, right? So there was a lot of puzzles that needed to be solved in order to progress. Then you also had boss fights that featured quick time events, you know? So you have all these different things coming together, and I think that was the magic of God of War, right? Because it was constantly switching up what you were actually physically doing, like how you were manipulating the controller to do what was happening on screen. and the thing about every good game is that it was always fun to do. Like, a lot of people will complain, I think, these days about QuickTime events in games, but if you execute it in a way that's fun, like, what is a rhythm game if it's not just QuickTime events the whole time the song's playing, right? Like, QuickTime events are satisfying when you pull them off, you know?
I love punching boulders.
See, like
Talk
I
about
feel like
Fortnite.
yeah, I feel like I do like it's more. I feel like maybe not 1 and 2, but like it's more an issue with like 3 and the most recent entry of like the difference between the two, where I feel like it really like stands out as far as like the QuickTime events, where it's like at the time for like a PS2 game, right? Like you're fighting this huge thing on screen where like some of the bosses I remember specifically, like you couldn't even see the whole boss on screen. Like, it would just be part of the
Right,
boss.
you're saying it kind of had to
Right.
be a QuickTime event.
And so it was like a QuickTime event was like not an issue because you were playing something that like almost seemed to be like undoable already. Where it's like, how are they doing this?
Right.
It's like, okay, I have to press this button to kill the god. It's like, okay, like cool, like I'm fine with that. I feel like
To kill God, push X.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
cross.
Push
cross.
But yeah, so like I didn't mind it for 1 especially, and definitely not 2.
See, I just feel like
3
it
used
continued.
well too.
Yeah, I feel like it continued to be fun throughout.
Mash X to mash this guy's face into this rock
You know,
repeatedly,
I'll tell you what. That's
over and over.
That's one thing that I have changed the way that I play in, we'll say, my old age. Right, when I'm playing like in God of War, the most recent one, when they're like mash X to like do this, to complete this task. I'm just like, I am legit pushing the button like this. Just no mashing, like that. When I was a kid, I would just like, you know, in some games they program it so that you have to do that. Now you could just literally just push the button like 11 times, I think.
Yeah, I found in the new one that I was pushing the button way slower than like even Spider-Man that I was also playing. Where like in Spider-Man, you get the little events, you gotta like mash the button.
Yeah.
And if you don't mash it in Spider-Man, like I flattened myself with a car that I caught one time because I didn't hit the button enough.
Yeah.
But in God of War, it's definitely like, yeah,
More
just
forgiving.
push it till we say, okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that though. You know.
There were definitely, like, not to jump ahead, but in the newer one, there were a couple of the QuickTime events that definitely threw you out of the experience.
Yeah.
Because it, like, instead of just a button press to keep the things going, it asked you to, like, move your reticle to a certain area and then push a button, which it gives you such a window of time that it, like, freezes everything that's happening, all this action to, like,
Yeah.
okay, move the thing.
It's kind of a
and
cool
now click
effect,
it.
but yeah. It does break the immersion, I feel like.
Yeah, that's the one time I saw that the quick times were pulling me out.
And, you know, just to divert a little bit, because this is, you know, we're doing the GODCAST right now where we're talking about God of War, but it's cool how it branches off into all these little mini topics. And I'm thinking back to, like, QuickTime events where they started, and all I could think of is Test Your Might from Mortal Kombat games, and that actually being physically, you'd had to physically exert yourself to, like, tap the button. Like, if you get up to, like, it's like starts off with breaking a piece of wood, and then it like got up to like all these different metals, and then like gemstones, until you had to like break diamond. And I remember, I don't even know if I ever did it without a turbo controller. The turbo controller is just like, it's not hard at all. But like, that was an interesting way to like connect the player with what's happening on the screen, right? And you're actually getting getting out of breath and sweating trying to do this shit every time. That's pretty cool. You know, they don't really do that in games anymore. You'll break your controller. Those Sega controllers are like made out of bricks.
Yeah, back in the day, they didn't care about breaking the controllers.
No.
Mario Party was invented
Mario
just
Party
to sell
was-
controllers.
Dude,
Real quick, I'm still going off topic, but I know we didn't talk about limited run this episode. I figured you don't have anything good to say, but this just showed up. This was the new for 2019 Sega Saturn controller, the pink one for breast cancer awareness.
Yep.
And I think this was only $20, and it's a brand new Sega Saturn controller, like with the original mold, and it's licensed by Sega.
Nice.
That's awesome.
How cool is that? I totally forgot about that until just now, talking about Sega. Limited run still, satisfying me.
You're the one.
I'm the one guy. Anyway, QuickTime events, God of War.
I don't know. Like I said, I'm a big fan of like all of the God of War games except Ascension. That one's kind of whatever. But like, I don't hate the QuickTime events. It's just like, especially with like God of War 3, it's like, so I looked up, or we just talked about it. God of War 3 came out in 2010. And
Okay.
it's like, just out of curiosity, because I feel like this is the perfect example of how you can do something like God of War was trying to do without making it a QuickTime event. Was like, I looked up when Uncharted 2 came out, and it came out a year before. And it's like the way that Uncharted 2 handles the, like, this is typically a cutscene in a game, but we want to make it interactive for you, towards God of War, where it's like, this would typically be a cutscene, but instead smash this button to do the cool thing. I feel like the two are so, like, it's like, by the time you get to God of War 3, I feel like there's so many better examples of how you can do that.
I like the reference, though, because in Uncharted 2, when you're in the collapsing building, you still have full control over Nathan Drake, and you can, like no matter what, he's gonna jump out the window into the other building and roll away and make a little quip about how they almost died in the building. But if you're not close enough to the window, which is up to you as a player, then you have to redo the scene because you die in the building.
So yeah, it gives you control of the, like, because I feel like
you have to physically get yourself over to the next scene.
Especially at that time, and like specifically relating to God of War, like the most of the QuickTime events come when you're doing something cool, right? It's like, I am killing this person, I am doing this cool action, therefore I have to do a QuickTime event for it. And I just feel like at that point it was like, I don't know, it just seemed dated.
Well, think about, like, let's go back, right? Think about in, like, text-based games for old DOS computers, like, you had to use your imagination. Sometimes the games would come with feelies or things that you could, like, physically hold in your hand to represent items in the game. Then you get shit like on Nintendo, Ninja Gaiden, the cutscenes was like telling a little bit of the story, right?
Yeah.
With it's in conjunction with what's happening on screen. And then it evolves into, like, I don't know, PS1 games where you beat a level and you're rewarded with a cinematic, like a 3D rendered, like a full motion video, right? They try to do it with like Sega CD and 3DO and shit like that. But around the PlayStation era, you get these cutscenes, and it was like, oh man, I gotta beat Tekken with every character so I can unlock all their cutscenes, right? And then you go back and watch them. And I used to do that shit, you know what I mean? Just sit and watch the unlockable cutscenes. And then they said, okay, let's incorporate that into gameplay. And yeah, some people like evolved, but I don't know. I feel like God of War 3 was maybe they could have done something like that, give you more control over the QuickTime event. But they, I think, were like, no, people like this, and that's what in the documentary, Cory Barlog and like everybody else is kind of saying. It was time, right? Like Kratos was, like, they proved it with Ascension. Like, oh, he's tired. It's time to either start over or kill it. And as we'll get to later, I'm glad that they started over, right? Because it's a great game. Herb Ferguson, got any input on this QuickTime event mumbo jumbo?
I think we basically given it its due.
Okay. So, oh yeah.
Just off as a tangent, I just wanted to mention before I forget, when God of War 2 came out at the late PS2 cycle and the early Xbox 360 cycle,
Mm-hmm.
it literally looked better than early launch 360 games. Like it
Yeah.
made games look bad because used the PS2 to its limits.
And you
It
have
looked
to, yeah, you
incredibly good.
you have to give it to that console, that mighty PS2, right? It's that,
Yeah.
and it's the one that's kind of untouchable, right? 156 or 159 million units were sold brand new. That's not how many people bought one brand new and sold it, and then later on in life bought a used one again. Like I think I
Yeah.
have like 4 used PS2s back there now. Like how many times has the PS2 somebody gone out and
Changed
acquired it? It's
hands.
probably like 4 or
But
5 times that number. You know?
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
the PS2, I remember I was working at GameStop at the time
Mm-hmm.
where they hit the $100 price point, and that's when
Oh my
literally
god.
everybody bought who hadn't
That's
already. Yeah, the $100 price point was killer. Like everybody
Yeah.
bought it.
That was for
That's
Slim.
a steal.
And it was for that incredible library of games. I mean, it was the
There's
buy of the
something like
century.
if you count like everything from North America and Japan, it's like it's over 10,000 games, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's insane. And yeah, they kept making PS2 games and selling the PS2 long into the PS3
Just
life cycle.
for quick reference, I did look it up. So God of War 2 came out like in like the PlayStation 3 launched in November.
Mm-hmm.
God of War came out in March of the next year.
Oh, wow.
So God of War 2, sorry.
Wow.
So it came out after the PlayStation 3.
Yeah, they probably had it and they were like, this is too good not to release, and we're not going to
Yeah.
change it to the PS3 now, because like the PS3 was a like a conundrum for developers when they first got it. Like the PS3 had a horrible launch. I don't want to turn this into the Sony podcast. I could talk about that forever. I mean, God of War, Sony property. But yeah, God of War 2. Let's get into it, right? God of War 2. If we go to just the Wikipedia, March 13th, 2007. Released on PS2, came eventually to PS3 and Vita. Still the fixed camera. Still combo-based combat, right? Platforming, puzzles. Focus on Greek mythology. Same types of enemies with a few new ones. You had your the chests that you could open with all the red orbs and the green orbs and unlock abilities. But I feel like they kind of doubled down on what they had given us for the first game, and they were like, check this out now. You saw what we did last time. Like, God of War 2 really was stunning.
Yeah.
God of War 2, that was the type of game that it didn't matter who was driving, you know? You just go to whichever house had it. You go there, and you play it, or you watch somebody play it, you take turns trying shit, and it didn't matter. It was just like, just to be there to see it was all you needed.
Yeah.
Now, question is 13 years later, is it still worth playing it? Is it still good?
God of
I
War
think
2?
I think the story in God of War 2 is out of like 1 through 3, I think the story of 2 it holds up the most and is the best out of the 3, and because of that I think it's like worth still playing. Like you can make some arguments for 1, like 1 is, it's like I still enjoy it, but it's like kind of dated at this point, but 2 the story I feel like pushes you through any problems that you'll have in the gameplay.
I would love to go back and play it. I think I will. It's playable on the PS3, and that makes it easy to stream, so we'll see that coming up in the near future. I think that's twitch.tv/markmoney, but if you're here, you already know that.
Yeah. Right before the new one came out, I went through and played all of them except Assumption. 1 through 3. I didn't play the...
I think if I played Ascension, it's only
Vita.
been like a little piece of it. I didn't really...
It really, it's like it. Yeah, Ascension. Like I said, it's just the idea of like going through 3 and having Kratos like fully powered to like it's an origin story. And it's like what we didn't
Didn't we
like. I
get
don't
the
know.
origin story like in all 3 games already? That's what I.
Yeah,
That was
it
my.
just they depower him so much that it's like I feel like it's just not fun.
Here's Kratos playing as a teenager full of angst,
Yeah.
going to his high school prom.
And like no,
Yes.
he's not gonna die, right? Like like all this. I don't know. It's just I feel like
Yeah,
that's
you already know
definitely
how
the
it
worst
ends.
one out of all of the like mainline games.
Oh, I was
I've
gonna
never
say
played
because
it.
You never played 2.
Never played Ascension.
Oh, Ascension. Okay.
Yeah.
But 2, God of War 2, you played.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty good. I mean, I was really into the first one, so the second one
It was
had,
just kind of natural, right?
yeah, but I think 3 was my favorite by far. I really thought 3 was the best one as far. It was just like, a culmination of all of the old ones,
I
just
would
put really nicely.
I would have to agree, but I was actually one of the people who did play Chains of Olympus on the PSP. Um, oh wait, no, I played that after I played 3. That's right. I was gonna say I played it before it, but that's not true. But that is the next one in the list, but I would have to agree. Like when I got to 3, like Chains of Olympus, I didn't really play too much. Um, did anybody else own a PSP?
I did, but I never played the God of War game.
So there's 2. There was Chains of Olympus. There was Ghost of Sparta. And actually, a fun side note: if you go in the Google Doc to the God of War, just the main series page, you get another list of games. Right.
God of War Betrayal.
That's the one.
The
For the
mobile one.
mobile? Yeah.
So
They're
God of-
very like in all the interviews that they did before this most recent one, people would be like, "Yeah, so the 5 God of War games," and they're like, "No, it's 6." Like they were very like
Yeah.
specific on they
It's-
count the
it-
mobile game.
it's
like,
canon.
that is canon,
Wow.
and it's like yeah.
And from the look of it, this is played on like. I had it. I had this game. I had a Sprint phone, a flip phone that had like. It was one of the first phones with a actual like decent video camera that you could record a video and like watch it back on a computer and it would look shitty, but good enough to see. And this game, I had this game on there, and it was hard to play with a number pad, but it worked. You have your up, down, left, and right. Your center button is like your attack, and there was other buttons for like menu stuff and whatever. And it was just a 2D side-scrolling God of War game. And you know what? That's fucking awesome. I wish they would kind of like do something like that. If you played Shovel Knight on a PlayStation system, then Kratos is a bonus boss.
So good.
And then you
With the
can
good
get his
surprise.
armor.
Yeah.
So
Great.
how fucking great is that? Shout out to Shovel Knight for including Kratos and God of War. That's something that I didn't even consider on talking about in this Godcast, and I'm glad that we just got there because Kratos has made cameos in lots of games. Wasn't he in a Soul Calibur game?
Yeah.
And PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale,
Yep.
which is unfair because he would decimate everybody in that game, including Fat Princess and Sackboy.
Kratos is weird because I feel like Kratos is he's like for a while there because I don't know like what in the documentary or whatever what Corey said about like kind of the feeling of Kratos where everybody's like he's like a very dislikable like main character in a game, and I feel like but then at the same time he's almost like a mascot, but it's like hard to market that because it's like it's like he's always angry, he kills lots of people, he killed his own family, right? It's like hard to like how do you like push that as your like it's like, oh, Master Chief is like saving the universe. It's like Kratos killed his son, like you know what I mean? Like it's like it's kind of hard to like
Wait,
market it.
I thought he
like,
killed his wife and daughter.
Yeah,
Or no,
wife and
what?
daughter.
Yeah, that's
Or
right.
I don't know. He killed his kid, whatever.
Yeah.
It's
All
like
of them.
I feel like it's just hard to market, but like also it's like, yeah, he's appearing in other games. I feel like to some extent he is a Sony like mascot, if you will.
Oh, sure.
Like
Yeah.
For sure.
on the level of like a like the whoever the dude is from Gears of War, or
Marcus Phoenix.
yeah, like I feel like he's like on that level, but it was so
Well,
hard.
I
to
mean, the
market
undeniable Xbox mascot is Master Chief, yeah?
Master Chief, yeah.
Yeah.
Or is it Cortana? That's the Microsoft mascot.
Let me click on her right now and see what she has to say.
Titan, you said Kratos is to Sony as Mario is to Nintendo, and that's funny because in the days of the PS1, that was Crash Bandicoot.
Crash Bandicoot, yeah.
Yeah.
And now look at him. He's on everything.
And see, like, even that's kind of hard because I feel like during the PlayStation 3, it ended up becoming like Sackboy because it's easy to market, right? Like,
But
here's
Nathan
this, like,
Drake is a
family-friendly,
mascot,
like,
you know?
yeah, but it's the
Right.
same. It's the same thing.
Jack
right?
and
Like, how do you-
Daxter are mascots.
How do you market like Nathan Drake? It's like, oh, he kills lots of people for really no reason. Like,
Yeah.
it's just like because he wants
So
treasure. Like,
Who is going to be the PS5 mascot?
Aloy.
I think at this point you have many, right? Like,
Aloy.
it could be Spider-Man, it could be
Think so.
Aloy, it could be whatever.
You said Spider-Man?
Yeah, I mean,
Spider-Man was the PS3 mascot because of the font they
Yeah.
used when they released
but I'm saying
it.
like Spider-Man was it's the best-selling Sony exclusive ever.
It really?
Like, yeah. It
That's
like,
not
plus-
God of War?
No, well, for like a single game, like I'm sure God of War as
Oh.
a franchise has sold more, but
Oh,
like,
yeah.
just a single like Spider-Man, that game sold more than any other Sony exclusive.
Man, I tell you what.
Hmm.
As somebody who spends way too much money on dumb video game shit, I really, really want one of those Spider-Man PS4 Pros
Mm,
for the
controller.
controller.
dude, the controller's so nice.
It's so dope. 40, what you look like you're about to gearing up to say something.
Yeah, I actually got the God of War game sales for each game.
Oh,
If I
okay.
could
Yeah.
rely on these numbers.
All right. What's the source?
It says VGSalesFandom.com.
Oh, okay. All right. So somebody
So-
put in
so
the
it's-
work. Somebody
Yeah.
like did the. I would trust that to a certain
It's-
extent.
It's pulling from Wikipedia or something, it looks like.
Anybody can
Wow.
edit that, so I mean.
I mean, does this
A
sound
million times
Like-
a
What
billion.
does it say for the most recent one?
right? 10 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, the most recent number they put out was like they announced. when
They just said over 10 million. I couldn't
Yeah.
find a definitive number on
Yeah,
the
so
most recent one.
that's like reliable at least.
But that's double of what all of the older games got. Like the
Yeah.
first one got 4.6,
Okay.
the third one got 5.2 million.
Mhm.
Ascension got 0.57 million, which means
500,000?
yeah.
600,000 almost?
So
Well, that's
people
because the reviews came out
hated
and
that
fucking panned it across the
It's
board.
funny because Metacritic still gave it an 80.
yikes.
Bam.
But to
Oh.
be fair, that's the lowest of all the games in the series.
So in like just for example, right? Like I know this is kind of like off topic, but in less than 1 year, like as of last July, Spider-Man had sold 13.2 mil, and that's like it hadn't even been out for a year. So like that game killed it. That's why I think like you're much more likely to see a Spider-Man 2 teaser at the PlayStation 5. And I think that's why they've been using it as like Spider-Man runs really well on PlayStation 5 because like it's their like that's like their game of like it did really really well for them.
It's really funny because the thing about Spider-Man that I enjoy is just like randomly swinging around in the city.
Just finding
That-
backpacks.
Their like story does almost nothing for
Yeah,
me.
the story is like very like
Whereas
as
like
basic as it can get. Yeah.
God of War, like I just got sucked into that story to the point where I was just like, I gotta
Yeah.
know what's gonna happen.
Sorry, I'm
So-
fucking around with the.
It's kind of interesting. Like I'm sure that Spider-Man being an already established thing on
Yeah.
its own definitely helps people be like, oh yeah, I'll buy that.
Definitely.
And then probably not being rated M helps too.
Yeah, and then you're also like riding the wave of like it's coming off like all of the Marvel
All the
cinematic
Marvel
hype,
movies.
and like there's a movie coming out, and it's like I think there was a lot of stuff to help it, but
Yeah, which
yeah,
is funny because when I finished the latest God of War, I thought to myself that, if somebody had just made this a movie and like,
too.
changed up a few of the combat things into like a little more fleshed out story, then like I totally would have watched this as a like
Yeah,
2 hour movie.
it's like what the in the documentary with the dude who voice act Kratos, like he's like, hey, yeah, I got the script from my agent. I called him back like, I thought you said this was a video game, because he like read the script and was like, this doesn't seem like a video
Yeah.
game.
Yeah, the woman who plays Freya said she thought she was auditioning for Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
So we were at Chains of Olympus, kind of God of War 3. We could kind of. Oh,
Just real quick, I
yeah.
will say with God of War 3, because I feel like I've kind of like shitted on it since we started. It is like definitely by far the best like gameplay one of the first three. Like the gameplay of God of War like 1 and 2 come together in 3. Like
Well, I mean, I feel like you can't just say gameplay alone. The story was
but see, like I feel like
really good.
see, I don't know. I feel like to me, I feel like it just redoes what 2 did, right?
I
It's
don't
like,
know. You've got these
hey,
characters
the
like that.
entire game of 2 we're working on getting to Zeus at the top of the mountain, right? Like that is the goal of 2. We finally get there, or we're almost there at 2. 3 starts. It's like we get there and hey, I'm gonna send you all the way back down, and you got to do it all over again. And it's like, okay, like I get like the whole like you get to go through like each individual god and kill them, and then you take their powers, and like that's cool. But I just feel like story beat wise, it's like, what's the difference between 2 and 3? It's like 2, you were trying to get to the top to kill Zeus, and 3, you're doing the exact same thing.
I'm talking about like supporting characters, like that dude Hephaestus in 3, the big giant dude in the cave.
Yeah,
It's just like all the stuff that goes on with that, and then when you're in that 3D area where you have to like manipulate the camera to move
Yeah.
to that puzzle thing that happens. It's just by the way, if anybody's watching this now or when it's published anywhere else, never that's never gonna happen. If it is though, there's probably gonna be heavy spoilers for God of War. I mean this
Yeah.
so that's just a heads up, right? Halfway into the fucking thing. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like God of War 3 excelled. It's my theory though, and this I pretty much stay consistent with this. That the most recent version of the game mechanically will be better usually. I mean,
It
Ascension,
should be.
the story was kind of weak and like they fucked everything up because they took away everything that was good about the game. But like from a technical standpoint, it looked fine, and I think that stuff always gets better. But I think God of War 3 is an example where everything just got better, and even if they were kind of retelling the same story, like the fans were okay with that. 40. What was the sales numbers for 3?
Like 5.2 or something. So it was the best selling at the time.
Yeah. That had to be a system seller too for anybody who didn't have one, and then they're like, "Oh shit, a new God of War!" Like, I'm gonna have. What are you mixing that Bacardi with, huh? Coke?
Just Coke. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yarr.
Do we want to? I mean, I really don't have too much I can say about Ascension or
Yeah,
Ghost of
I mean-
Sparta for that matter.
Like I said, I played Ascension. It's like an okay game. Like mechanically, I feel like it's like what you're saying, right? Like it's a newer God of War game, so like it runs smooth. Like there's no like all of that side of things like works. It's just coming off of 3, and like all of the stuff that you unlock and the abilities that you can use and the moves that you can use. I feel like they were like struggling to figure out where to go with the story. So they're like, well, what if we just go back before all of the events so he doesn't have any of his powers? He doesn't know, and it's just like it just made the game not fun. It's like at that point, I want
Wait,
to
so
play as Kratos.
was his skin not scorched white in that game?
Um, I think it is. I think it
Well, then that
so
doesn't make sense because
no.
that didn't happen till after he turned into a god. I thought.
Okay, so maybe not. I'm trying to think. I know that I'm pretty sure Ascension is the earliest timeline wise, but I think it's so like I believe in one, right, like in one they kind of like use like cutscenes at the very beginning of one to go over like his like origin story of like him killing his family and like all that stuff. And I think it takes place like
It
in
says
between.
6 months after killing his wife and child.
Yeah, so it's like in between. It's before the timeline of one, I think.
Here's what I was wondering, because I was watching the documentary today, Raising Kratos, and they go into some of the older games, and my girlfriend was watching it with me, and she said, "Do you think that the actor who plays Kratos in that game, and he's not the only one who has played Kratos, but he's a black actor, and she said, "Do you think that he was offended to play a white character?" And I was like, "Well, no. Kratos, his character was like his skin was scorched white. He got like burned in the fires of Hades, because of what he did, and like it was only after he made like the deal with the gods, right, that he even was able to."
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the original God of War was voiced by a black actor as well. But when I even just looking at the character model and just like hearing his voice and just I just always assumed that Kratos was a black guy. You know what I mean? Before the incident. That was never I never thought twice about it. I was just like that he just was. I don't know if that's cuz I know the character, his skin is like it's like bleached white with red markings. That you know what I mean? That's not indicative of anything. I always thought that was like punishment for what happened to him or what he did.
Right. So my grasp on the whole thing is he would be like, what would it be? Egyptian or Middle Eastern? Like, where were the Spartas from? Like the Spartans of
So
Sparta.
I'm not
Where is Sparta?
I'm not well versed enough to say definitively.
neither.
I can't make
It's
a commentary on
around
that.
Greece, maybe.
Well,
Now that
yeah.
I'm thinking about it.
Well, no,
right?
that yeah, but
So I would imagine he would be from that area. He would be some kind of European, Middle Eastern,
Yeah.
North African, something, in that general area of the world.
well though
Like as a person, but the white doesn't the white come from the ashes?
yeah, that's what,
Yeah.
of his
Or-
family, of his
Yeah.
wife and
right.
kid.
Because he was cursed by the
Yeah, I think you learn that in the
witch
third game.
or whatever.
They like very like quickly gloss over it in the first game.
Right. And then
And then Ascension is like the story of like what they gloss over in the first game. Like the first
Right.
game I think starts out with like kind of like a cartoonish like 2D like
Oh yeah, it's a
showing
it's
like,
sketches
what-
of
and that's kind of what like the Ascension storyline is like that.
I
Right.
think I did
in
play
that
that
time.
now that I'm thinking about it.
And then the red was isn't that his tribute to his brother? His red markings?
I don't remember.
Because
The
I guess the
brother
idea
story
was that the brother gets taken away because Zeus was it Zeus? I think it was
Zeus,
Zeus.
the Dada.
Yeah, says that someone is going to betray you and they have markings.
I thought that was
Yeah,
Ares,
Mark-
right? The god of
War.
war. The original god of war, Ares. Who
Was it
Kratos
Ares?
defeats in the first game or the second game?
The first one.
Yeah. That's the boss of the first game.
Yeah.
That's how he becomes the god of war.
Right, so he takes his brother away, right?
If you
in
say
that
so.
because his brother has the birthmarks, which are the red markings all over him. And they take the brother away, and Kratos receives an injury during the process, getting the mark over his other eye. And that's the fabled mark that was foretold to be the person to come defeat you have a mark.
Yeah.
And then after that, he did the red as the tribute to his brother from his birthmarks that he had.
Okay.
At
If
least
you
that's
say
what I
so.
picked.
Yeah. Okay. I just don't remember. It's been so
Right.
long since I played all these games.
Yeah.
But, it ultimately, excuse me, it culminates in arriving at God of War for PS4. God
Yes.
of 4.
God of War, Dad of War.
And it
I have
completely
notes on this, so I don't forget.
scratched the original formula and went for something completely new. And I think, there's a really powerful scene in that documentary, Raising Kratos, which I highly recommend for any fan of God of War as a series. There are definitely spoilers for the God of War game
Mm-hmm.
in that documentary. So I said, go play the game, finish it, and watch that documentary. And I'll say the same thing for The Last of Us and that documentary, and I'll say the same thing for the Naughty Dog documentary. Sony does a good thing with they make they just make high quality content
Do you
for
think
their
that's a
content.
Sony thing?
Ye-
Because I
Well,
always got the feeling that like Naughty Dog did it on their own for Last of Us, and then it went so well that they kept doing it. And
Well,
then
they did the
other
30th
people-
anniversary, right? But it's all
Yeah.
funded by Sony because they're all wholly owned subsidiaries of Sony. When
It's fantastic.
Herman
I wish they'd do it
Holtz,
for everything.
who is now the head of Worldwide Studios
Mhm.
at Sony, and also the head of Guerrilla Games, there's a fantastic video of Neil Druckmann and Herman Holtz. Basically, it's like a artist on artist kind of interview back and forth, but they're talking about Horizon, and Neil Druckmann is kind of gushing over Horizon Zero Dawn, and it's just a fantastic video. That it's like a 40-minute just them two behemoths in game development, just kind of like riffing on each other. There's another one, Conversations with Creators. Will Wheaton does. You ever see that one with, Will Wheaton interviews the guys from Naughty Dog?
Naughty Dog, yeah.
It's phenomenal. Video
think there
Games
is
the
one-
movie is another good one.
I think there is one on Horizon. I feel like I remember.
Yeah,
like,
no, he
now
talks to those
watching
guys too.
someone where like no, I mean like the studio, like all of the like
Oh,
like I like kind of like this one that we just watched. Like I think there's one for Horizon. I feel like I remember watching something very similar.
Herb Ferguson, have you seen the Raising Kratos documentary on YouTube?
No, I haven't.
So, would you watch something like that without playing the game, or do you think that you'll ever play through the entire new God of War on PS4?
I'm definitely never gonna play it. I don't. I mean, we haven't really talked about it yet. I don't see what the appeal is. Me specifically in the introducing a kid into the story, his child, and trying to make an emotional bond with a fictional character such as Kratos, and you're trying to make me have like an emotional connection between him and a fictional child. Like I don't know. What did
Okay.
you guys think about
Yeah,
that?
no. So we're gonna get into that right now, and
Yeah,
I'll kick it off
I
because
just have one real quick. I have
Okay.
one question. Did you not buy PS4 because like you bought like an Xbox One, or is it just like you just didn't have any interest in?
40's a
buying a
Nintendo
PS4?
guy.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
a Nintendo guy at this point. I used to Like I had the PS2, 360. I got an Xbox One.
Okay,
So mostly I got the Xbox One instead of the PS4.
gotcha. You said that earlier, and I was just curious if it was like a. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so as far as the new God of War goes, I mean, there's a lot to there's a
Yeah.
lot to go into with this game, and it's kind of cliche to say that any derivative kind of piece of art, oh, this impacted me in this way. You know, like a lot. You hear it a lot from people about The Last of Us, right? You hear it a lot when people play through games like Horizon. You know, I don't want to just stay to all Sony exclusives, right? But even playing through the first, even with all the levity, like the first Portal game is moving in a way. I hear a lot of people say Life is Strange does it to them. A lot of people
Yeah.
talk about all these games in the way that they just kind of, you know. So I hear what you're saying. Like, why do this killer, this, you know, Kratos that just decimates everything in his path, now has this kid, and it's supposed to make me feel this emotional bond? Like, the reason I think is because at its core, God of War franchise pushed to the side, the actors that they got to play Kratos and to play Atreus is part of the reason why it works so well. The kid, Sonny Solchek, is a phenomenal actor. I don't know if you guys saw the movie that Jonah Hill made called Mid-90s. Have you ever heard of it?
I think I've seen it.
No.
It's out there. It's either Amazon Prime or Netflix. I can't remember. You might have to pay for it, but if you're looking for something cool, I mean, I would say the one thing that I could say that is consistent in all four of us, and probably a lot of people who might be watching this or anything else on Twitch, is that desire to fulfill like that nostalgia button that goes off. You know, when you something kind of makes you not just think about but feel how you felt back then, you know, back in a different time when you were younger. This movie, Mid-90s, with this kid, Sonny Solchek, makes me feel that in a way that, like, and I'm not even, you know, it's pussy shit that doesn't really need to be talked about live on the internet, but I was just like, you know, I want to see this movie. I've been wanting to watch it. I heard good things about it. I put this movie on one day by myself, and I was on my couch by myself, bawling my fucking eyes out like a little bitch to this movie. And it's just a movie about a kid who got no friends. He meets these kids who skateboard, and he's like a skater, but he's not any good, and they're all good. And they're like, oh, you skate too? Hang out with us. And then it's just doing all this shit that kids shouldn't have been doing. Going to parties and smoking and drinking and fucking just doing all this shit as a 13-year-old kid. That I was like, man, that was like my life. I grew up doing dumb shit like that. And it just hit me in this weird way. But the kid was so convincing, right? And I'm like playing through this game because, oh man, I got to get through God of War. And I'm like, who plays this kid? I feel like I know this voice from somewhere. And I go and look it up, and I see that it's that kid. And after that, I was like, you know what, man? This is part of it. It's very believable. Like, yeah, it's Norse mythology. It's a god, a demigod from Greek mythology who somehow crossed over into this Norse world and is going through all these like really ridiculous, you know. All religions are kind of ridiculous, even Greek and Norse ones. You know what I mean? All the shit that's associated, like the values are one thing, but like the way that it's presented is usually kind of like, what? Could that really have happened? You know? But then you get convincing actors to play the part, and it takes you to this different place. Like it's just like any TV show. Like you could have really like even in Star Wars, there's parts like these Star Wars dorks fucking watch the movie and like get all emotional because of shit that happens, because it just kind of triggers at certain, I don't know, endorphins in your own mind. I'm going on like this rant about it, but I feel like it's just a big part of how video games make more money than any other form of entertainment medium, and
Right.
a lot of them are really corny. A lot of it is really, really corny. not.
That's
You
what
ever-
I assumed about this game. To be honest, that's what I assumed.
Yeah, this is one of the ones that's not. I feel like it's they're not afraid to deal with like real shit, and it's still Kratos, and it's kind of comical, and just like the documentary points out, sometimes his dialogue is a simple like, but that's all it takes. Like you don't need like this brilliant line of dialogue for him to read. It's just like the emotion that you feel it. The actor's really good.
I get it now. I mean, you sold it with that explanation, but I think it
Watch a
is-
Let's Play. You know what I mean? You don't have to buy a PS4. Just like take it in.
Yeah, but yeah, you said it was the acting.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, they can get an actor, a real person, into a video game, just like Death Stranding with Norman Reedus.
Yeah.
At this point, that can really lead a game with a personality. So that makes total sense that they got.
I mean, I think at the end
the
of the
right
day,
people.
it's still got to be fun on the sticks, and that's the other thing. Like, it's not traditional God of War gameplay, but it's still like that game didn't need to be those characters. It just the fact that it was like the ultimate fan service and great bonus for everybody who was waiting for it. But the gameplay is solid. It feels good. There's weight to the attacks. You know what I mean? Like there's consequences for not dodging and blocking when you're supposed to, but not in an overly frustrating way. Like it can get there just like any game could, but if you pay attention, you eliminate all the outside distractions, you can get through that game, and it feels rewarding, and you want to hear like what the stupid dwarf brothers are up to, and you're anxious to hear what the severed head has to say about the folklore, and finding all the extra bonus shit. Like I'm gonna put that game back in now that I've finished it and continue to play eventually. Like I should probably do it sooner than later because I'm gonna forget how the fuck to play it. But I can gripe about all the bullshit. God of War used to be the face buttons were where your attacks were, and then they switched that to L2 and R2, and like that bothered me at first. I was like, this game sucks. When I first played, I was like, this is dumb.
Yeah.
But it works.
So
No, go ahead, Mike.
I mean, yeah, just like going back to why bring the kid on and everything. Like the actors that like brought this game to life were like all that stuff aside is amazing. Like why the kid to begin with? Like why do we even go there? And I feel like that was all part of God of War. Like what do we do with God of War next? Like we did 1 through 3 and everything was great, and then we did Ascension and it was so like what do we do with God of War now? Like 1, 2, and 3 you get that same like hack and slash style kind of set arena before you move on, and this one was like I mean the combat was slower. You had to be more strategic, I guess. You can't just like jump in and swing around and hope everything works out.
Think about what you didn't have, right? You didn't have red orbs flying out of everything. You didn't have a combo counter on the screen, like counting up how many combos you hit. It was
it felt more grounded.
Yeah.
And it felt like the next step in what it needed to be. Both combat and story wise. Like bringing the kid on, a lot of people were like, "What are
Dad
we gonna
of
do with
boy.
the kid?" Right. But thing is like if you think about natural progression of like people's everyday lives, like art imitates life, right? So
That's true.
your natural progression, if you look at God of War 1, 2, and 3 as like a a man's adventure growing up to like overcome his father as like this whole complex. So 1 through 3 gives you that, and then like the next natural thing after you've become more than the sum of your parents
Right,
is
the
like
son.
what are you of, for you. So like people's natural legacy, like in life, like the next thing you would do is seek out a partner, build your own version of family.
And I think that's worth talking about too, right? You had God of War 1 and 2, which was Cory Barlog, but then God of War 3 was Stig Asmussen, if I'm not mistaken. And that's kind of why you might have seen the same sort of tropes revisited. And not even to call them tropes, but the same kind of heavy plot points revisited in God of War 3 is because it was a different director taking on the project. But then you get Cory Barlog, he was just a kid, really, when you think about it, making those first two games, and he had input on the PSP games, I think, too. But then, maybe Stig did Ascension. I can't remember.
I was gonna say I think one was like a collaborative thing, and then two was Corey Ball, like that was his, like he was
Right.
the one that directed I think two, and then I think he left. Like I don't think he did any more of the
Right.
mainline ones.
But so the point that I'm trying to make is that Cory Barlog being called back to do this God of War game, at the end of the day, these guys, these game directors and these game designers, they are artists. And sometimes artists are quirky people, and sometimes they're straight shooters. But regardless, it is about art does imitate life, and Cory Barlog came into this game as a father, for the first time, and it really does make sense. And I feel like to have a profound relationship with your own father and play this game is one thing, and to have a profound relationship with your own son is a different thing, but also equally as, I guess, profound. I'm repeating words, but it sounded redundant, but you know what I'm trying to say. Like, it adds to the effect of what you feel when you play the game. And, any game that can kind of hit home with a really just like a real deal topic, something that maybe we deal with on a day-to-day basis but don't get a chance to talk about too much. I mean, it's cathartic in a way to play this game, and it probably was to make it as well. Maybe not for the individual artists who had to sit there and look at a computer screen for 4 years straight and not really know what the hell they were doing. But at the end of the day, and that was what I was gonna say when in that clip in the movie when Cory Barlog goes and looks on Metacritic
Yeah.
and he sees what all the scores. It had like 40 perfect scores, and it was just number one on everything when the embargo was lifted, and the dude cries into the camera. I mean, you pour your heart and soul into a project like that. I mean, the game's just impressive in a lot of ways. And again, like we could take a turn and talk about what I think is missing from the game if you want to contrast everything we've been saying. But I don't know. Does anybody have anything? I'm just kind of riffing on this.
No, I actually like I don't know. I feel like this is like
The Godcast.
like how Mark likes his like Naughty Dog stuff, and like I don't know. I think at least I know how Mark feels about The Last of Us. I don't know if you two have played it, but like The Last of Us for a while there was like by far like not even close, just like my favorite game, and mainly because of the story, not even the gameplay, but just the story of Last of Us. I feel like is like so far away from any other video game experience that I've gotten, that like it immediately like captured me and took me over. And I feel like this is what this game does for me. Where it's like before they even announced the game, like I wasn't like, oh, it'd be really cool if I had a new God of War game to play. Like it wasn't even on my mind. Like after playing Ascension, it was kind of that feeling of they've ran the course. These games, like, they clearly can't make just another one, right? Like they can't do it because that's what they did with Ascension, and it wasn't good. Um,
Right.
it almost felt like they had told the story that they wanted to tell. Like I didn't feel like there was a place for Kratos to go. It was just kind of like, well, he killed everybody, so like what if, like then they're like, well, what if we go back before he killed everyone? And it's like,
They should
I
have done
guess we
God
can.
of War karting.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like,
Hard.
so I feel like they were in a place where, like, to me at least, as like a fan of the series, like, they didn't have a place to go story wise without like doing some type of reset or lore change like they did in this one. And like, I really wasn't
Right.
interested in a new game. Like, it didn't. Nothing was appealing to me of like, oh, I wish I had a new, like after I played The Last of Us, it's like, dude, it'd be really good, another Last of Us, like, where like I wasn't with that with God of War. And I feel like to kind of like just add another note to like you said, like why would you play it, like why should you get emotionally attached to like this character specifically and like the kid and all that stuff. And I feel like it's even like more simpler than that. It's just like, I feel like if you look, to me, what really stuck out about the story wasn't even like they don't force you to get attached to the kid. Like there's lots of
Mm.
points in the game where like you dislike the kid, and like I feel
Fuck
like
that
that's
kid.
intentional. Like you're not supposed to like the kid in like sections of this game. He's supposed to be annoying. He's supposed to not listen. Like it's very intentional with what they do. And so like I feel like it's not even a like, I want you to like feel for Kratos, so we're going to introduce this kid to help that like happen.
Mm.
To me, what really stuck out is it's just like it's one of the most like non-relatable settings and cast of characters, but at the same time, like one of the most relatable on every level games that I've played. Where like if you just boil it down to like, it is the game is, we have to get from point A to point B, right? It's a journey.
Mm-hmm.
That is the
Mm.
game. It's like they have from the very start of the game, you have a clear objective of, we're going to this place over here and we're going to do it at all costs,
It's like
right?
Mario.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly, right? You're just trying to finish the level. And then I feel like they like so nicely add layer and layer and layer on that main idea of just getting from point A to point B, where it's like getting to point A to point B, but you're getting there way quicker than you thought you were going to get there. Or it's like they establish very quickly that like this idea of like loss, right? And loss before you were ready. So like I don't know how much we want to spoil, but like at the
Or do
beginning of
you
the
care
game,
about spoilers?
yeah.
No.
Okay, so the game starts off with like Kratos's wife, or the kid's mother,
I know how it
is
starts off.
dead.
Keep talking, because I gotta run
Yeah,
downstairs. Keep going.
she's died. Like you don't see it on, like it doesn't show you how she died or anything like that. She is dead, and her last wish was that you burn her and take her ashes to like the top of the highest peak in all of the
Highest
realm.
peak in all the realms.
Yeah, so that's kind of the like main goal, is right. I'm trying to get to the highest peak of all of the realms. But it's very clear from the kid's perspective and from Kratos's perspective that this was like an unplanned thing. Like it wasn't like you knew she was going to die and you had time to prepare, or like on the kid's side, you didn't get the like feeling that like he was expecting it. It seemed like it was unexpected. And on Kratos's side, it seems that he was not ready to be a single parent, right? Like I feel like they established that very quickly, where it's like this idea of just like dealing with something that you weren't expecting to deal with, and how does that work, right? So you have this general idea of like, I have to get from point A to point B, and I have to do that given circumstances that I wasn't expecting, right? And so
Right.
it adds that layer. and then it adds a layer of like, well, along that journey there are going to be obstacles that I have to encounter that I wasn't expecting, right? And then it adds another layer where it's like maybe I get to that point, and that point that I thought I was going to wasn't the actual end point that I needed to go to. And it
Right.
just, I feel like it just story wise it just keeps adding on like layer and layer and layer, to where like it's not, to me at least, I didn't get the feeling that they were like, we really want you to care about this kid, we really want you to care about Kratos. It was just they told a very simple story in a very relatable way that like immediately sucks you in, where it's like I feel like you can't not like, you might not enjoy the combat right away because you might think that the other game's combat was better. You might not like the button interfaces. There's no jump button, right? Like there's a lot of different things going on in the game. But I feel like the story is like pretty hard to like dislike because it is so relatable on every level, because you can take like any, you can replace anything. Like I feel like it's not even a story about a father and a son. It could be a story about a father and a daughter. It could be a story about a son and a mother. It can be a story about a friend and a friend, like a
Yeah.
boyfriend and a girlfriend, a husband and a wife.
Yeah,
Like I feel
because
like
I
it's so
feel like it's not even about the destination or anything in this game or what the end
Yeah.
goal is, but it's really about we're
How you're
on this
getting there.
path from A to B, and from A to B, we're gonna have character connections that are so deep and so relatable that anybody could find something in there to be like, oh yeah, that
Yeah.
connects with me.
Yeah, but Mike, you're the only one here with kids. Do you think you had a different experience because you have kids than?
I definitely feel like I was hit in a few areas during the game where things took a twist. Like, in my perspective, the entire idea of bringing a kid on to reboot this kind of franchise is like brilliant to me, because I know when I had my first kid, like, not only does it like, okay, now I'm responsible for this other person, but it like changes the way that you look at things in the world. So like him being in a whole new place, being a father now, like going from the Greek to the Norse, was like, okay, we're in a new place now, but like, yeah, being a parent is like a new place that you are like in your life. Once you're there, it's like you view things differently. So going through, he's keeping secrets from the boy. But why is he keeping secrets? Because he doesn't want the boy to know, or because he's
He's trying to
looking out
protect
to
them.
protect the boy?
Yeah.
He's out for his best interest, So like
Mhm.
there were definitely points through the game where I felt like I understood what the intention was behind things that Kratos was doing, or even that the boy was doing in reaction to things.
And like I said, this is kind of spoiler heavy, but they're a little bit. Well, I didn't say this yet, but they're a little on the nose about it, right? All the kind of messages that they're delivering. That's maybe a critique of the game that I have, is when it comes to the storytelling, you don't have. I mean, you've got a lot of time, but you have to, and you have to delicately kind of set up the story, right, and tell the story the right way. Um, so if you don't have the right amount of, like, I guess, you don't want to have somebody talking for 20 minutes straight. You want to actually be able to play the game.
Right.
But you see what I'm getting at, though? They like
Absolutely, yeah. I think that's in a lot of different media. They kind of hit you over the head, like you said. There's no subtlety left, or they don't have time to make it, you know, draw it out.
Yeah, I mean, when Pop was referencing how there's a point in the game where you are like kind of forced in a way to not like the kid. The kid learns that he has the blood of a god coursing through his veins, and he's like, "I'm a god. I'm fucking better than everybody," you know. And you like Kratos doesn't even say anything. They leave that up to the player, I think, to kind of be like, "Man, this kid like doesn't have any humility at all. But it's almost like it happens and then it builds up even more and then it happens even more than that. And then he just realizes, oh wait, no, that's not. I'm gonna go back to like being a sweet kid again. Cause up until that point, you like really do like kind of fall in love with the kid. Like, oh man, he's so pure, and Kratos is kind of a dick to everybody. You know, like why are you being a dick to the guy who's hooking you up with weapons? He's hooking you up with weapons. You know, why are you being a dick to him? You know, the kid kind of gives that like the player kind of what they've been thinking about God of War the whole time. Like, I wouldn't. You
I
know,
don't know, man. I think I turned on the kid even before that point, before he knew he was a god.
see, I just feel
Yeah,
like
see,
a
I
kid
feel like
who
there's
loses his mother, like that's all he's really focused on, and that's kind of sad. You know what I mean? Like I commiserate with the kid a little bit.
Right. And I
when
mean,
you're
I did feel bad for him too, but even like to the point. So I felt like the kid was a dick, and I was like, "You're a dick, dude. I really don't care what you have to say at this point." Was once you go into the light for the first time to get the Bifrost,
yeah.
you go in there and you're like, I was gone for a minute, and you get pulled back out by the boy, and there's bodies everywhere, like you've been gone for days and days or something.
Mm-hmm.
But like as soon as that moment happened and that kid handled himself with all those things, like after that he was just kind of a dick. And I was like,
Yeah.
you know, man, you don't even know anything yet, and you're already an
Yeah.
asshole just because like you held out one time on your own.
But then think back
So
to
I
when we were all kids, right? Didn't you
Yeah.
know everything too? Because I sure fucking did.
oh yeah.
This is a
Well, I feel
fun.
like
Go ahead.
no, I feel like they have a really good like dialogue about that specific part of the game where like it's like once you get past all that and you're in the boat going back to get out of that realm, out of the fairy realm, and
Hmm.
like there's this clear like tension, like you're not talking to
Yeah.
each other, like and at one point like the boat stops and the kid said, I don't remember exactly what happens, but the kid basically says something like what the fuck, dude, like
Yeah.
you're not, like, mom just died and
Yeah.
you're like not even saying anything about it, like what are you doing? And
Yeah.
like Kratos is like, dude, everybody handles loss differently. Just because I'm not like you and I'm like
Yeah.
openly crying and sad about it doesn't mean
Yeah.
that
You
I'm
know
not
what?
feeling those feelings.
I will have to say that for as on the nose as they are about the kid being a little overzealous and kind of too big for his britches, they do wrap it up nicely in that scene where he's like, you
Yeah.
know what? It doesn't have to, it doesn't have to be like this, and
Yeah.
and they move on from it in a good way.
But definitely like the end, like coming out of the light till you get to that point, like that was the first point in the game where I was like, I don't like this kid at all, like this
Mm.
kid is a fucking dick, I want him gone. Because
Yeah,
like
that was it
you
for
know,
me.
yeah, like and then I feel like they kind of reconcile there, and like I feel like they both kind of put their differences aside and like come together. And but yes, there is this like, I almost feel like the kid, so in a lot of games, especially, like you can make this argument about The Last of Us, right? Where like Ellie is your companion and she helps you out a lot and stuff, but like for the most part she's just kind of there.
Hmm.
Like it's like weird where like you'll be sneaking around and you'll be like crouching, Ellie will like run across an enemy, and it's kind of like annoying because it's like it like
it
breaks the immersion a
it
little
does
bit.
break the immersion. I thought
Um
that.
and I feel like they did a really good job of addressing that in this game, where it's like
He fights.
they acknowledge, well, not only that, like not in the combat stuff, like he is very useful in combat, but like
Hmm.
story wise, they acknowledge, like I feel like the first, like until he gets his first like confirmed kill with the knife, like up until that point he's kind of an annoyance
Yeah, that's
to
true.
you, especially in like combat situations. It's like he doesn't do a lot. He's always getting grabbed, and you have to like go focus on like taking out the enemy that has him or whatever. And so like I feel
Hmm.
like that's very intentional. Like I feel like it's like a Kratos keeps saying like you're not ready, and I feel like that's like a double like message there, where I feel like he's telling himself he's not ready to take care of
Yeah,
his kid, but
right,
also like the kid's not ready to like take care of himself. And
right.
so like I feel like until you get to that point where the kid gets the first kill, and then it kind of opens up where you can start upgrading him and doing a little bit more, like I feel like he's supposed to be annoying. And then there's parts where, or like, he's supposed to be not annoying. He's supposed to be like a nuisance to you.
Yeah.
And he makes combat harder because he doesn't
Yeah.
know what he's doing.
To expand on that a little bit, referencing back to The Last of Us, because it keeps coming up, I guess, when you talk about games of high caliber, you kind of cross-reference these other ones. But in the documentary for The Last of Us, spoilers for The Last of Us, too, if anybody's in here watching doesn't want spoilers for The Last of Us. In the documentary, there's a scene where Ellie gets attacked by not infected, just another group of humans, and she's supposed to just kind of like sit there while Joel handles it. And Ashley Johnson, the one who plays Ellie, said to Neil Druckmann, like, I feel like I would hit him. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't just sit there and do nothing. So, like, they changed the game right then and there. And I think, like Pop's saying, they handle it in a nice way in God of War, similarly, where the kid just continues to get more and more skilled. And there's a skill tree for Kratos, and there is one for Atreus as well. So that, you know, they took care of that, and I think that's one of the reasons why the game is highly regarded, you know, for the way that it plays out. But I wanted to go off on a little bit of a tangent based off of what we were just talking about, a non-gaming topic, if you will. Just real quick, this is always a fun question. I might have even asked you guys this in person one time, but let's do it right here live on the internet. If you could, if you could encounter your 18-year-old self, who would win in a fight?
Ooh.
You or your 18-year-old self?
Definitely my 18-year-old self.
Would kick your ass right now?
Hell yeah.
You think so?
Hell yeah.
40?
Absolutely.
Probably.
Pop?
I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so.
I would whip the ever-loving fucking shit out of my 18-year-old self, and I wish I could do it right now. No, I was a pussy when I was 18. Yeah, no, and I was like a pipsqueak too.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, no, I
would-
feel like I had much more rage when I was 18.
Nah,
Yeah.
my 18-year-old
See,
self
I
would
was
beat
full
me
of
in
rage for like 3 games, and then I became a father, and now we're here.
my 18-year-old self would beat me in a foot race and skateboarding and all video games ever, but
So I feel like I'd beat 18-year-old me in video games.
no, you wouldn't.
I think I would.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe. I
We're
don't
only
18-year-old
talking
me would
about
pull up
what,
with like
last
a
week?
controller and be like, "Let's play Call of
Last
Duty."
week you turned 18 last week.
It wasn't that long ago. It was
I would roundhouse kick my 18-year-old self
8
into
years.
oblivion. I don't know. I thought that was pertaining to what we were talking about before. How you know, you kind of the kid learning as he goes and getting more experience. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, you were as big as you are now when you were 18.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much been the same size since high school.
All right. Well, yeah. I guess I could see that happen then.
Like I said, just a lot more rage.
I don't know. I feel like you get old man strength as you get older. You just kick the shit out of all kids. Come
Just
at
yell
me,
at
bro.
my kids now.
Get off my lawn. Stop doing donuts in the church parking lot.
God damn it! You ain't never seen snow before? Get the hell out
Oh,
of
I
here.
fucking would still do donuts in that parking lot.
Oh, man, it drives me nuts. All of it. Get off my damn lawn.
40.
Yeah.
Here's a cool question for you, man. If God of War was created right now for the Nintendo Entertainment System, like what features would we see? How would it play? What would the buttons do? I mean, they did the Ninja Turtles,
I'm thinking
right?
Castlevania
Oh yeah.
because the whip and he has his chains with the axes. So yeah, a 2D Castlevania, at least with the side scrolling. Yeah, I don't know, something like that.
I was thinking like, you remember the Ninja Turtles 3, I think it was, for NES?
Mm-hmm.
Like that style. Like beat 'em up, kind of. I don't know. A would be jump and B would be
God of War beat 'em up.
Kick ass.
well, God of War is kind of a beat 'em up, right? It's like a hack and slash. Like, remember Dynasty Warriors? Did anybody like those games?
I always played the other ones that weren't Dynasty
I would
Warriors.
like the
I was-
Legend Hyrule Warriors.
Yeah, like they started to do a lot of spin-offs. Like I feel like I played like a Gundam one when I was like younger.
I hated Dynasty Warriors. I was like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
it's the same horde of
Sounds
characters comes at you over and over and over again. Like, that's the whole game.
Mm.
It's whack.
Um,
Are we still talking about God of War?
We are still talking about God of War.
there are
So-
a bunch of stuff that I have that I would like to bring up.
Go
All
ahead,
right,
bring
what
it
do you
up. It's your
The
podcast,
music.
man. Oh, it's
The
great.
music is fantastic.
They
in
got
this game.
Icelandic singers, choir singers, to sing like old Norse passages.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, I feel like it fits in the game really well. I also listened to the soundtrack like after finishing the game, just like put it on while I was doing stuff around the house, and like outside of that game, it just like you
I
can
feel like the
tell
theme-
it's supposed to be in that game.
Yeah. The theme, I find myself for some reason like just like I'll just randomly for whatever reason I'll just be like doing something and I start like humming like that theme song. Like I don't know why, like it just stuck with me.
Give yourself a little hummer.
Yeah.
It's a little
What could go
humdinger.
wrong with a good hummer?
Mm.
I haven't listened to the soundtrack outside of the game, but the soundtrack is great as far as the game goes. So I agree with
Yeah.
both of you.
I think the soundtrack's great. Also, like the way this game was revealed might be the best reveal of any game I've like personally witnessed. It was fucking crazy.
For me, that was Final Fantasy VII Remake is when I had that
Yeah.
profound experience. But God of War being revealed, like, I don't know if it was just me, but when I saw that trailer for the first time, I knew it was God of War before Kratos revealed himself, just from the voice. So
Yeah, but just like, but even before that, like the orchestra
Yeah, but
coming
it's
out, the curtains closed, and them just playing through the full like 5 minute theme song. You don't
Yeah.
know what's going on. Nobody comes out to talk. The curtains open just into a trailer. It's like Sony, and I'm like, oh, the fuck is this? And
Yeah,
then,
yeah,
The
yeah,
second
yeah.
you hear,
Yeah,
the second
so
you hear boy, it's
basically
like, Kratos, that's
everybody
Kratos.
was thinking it, but nobody was saying it, and then they
Yeah.
revealed Kratos, and everybody, the reaction videos montage that they show in the
Yeah.
documentary that's a cool thing. I like that. I like that type of content where it's like, here's me watching this thing, and here's my raw reaction to this reveal, and
Welcome
people,
to the React channel.
yeah,
The amount of Easter eggs that are in that trailer as well, that like they like another thing that I really love about this game, Last of Us also did it, where all of the stuff before the game comes out, like like the trailer goes into a live demo of the game, right?
mm-hmm.
But it's completely different when the game comes out. So the demo that they showed at E3 to reveal the game doesn't play the same as like that section in the actual game, which I love because it's like you're expecting it to. So it's like I walk up to this bridge and I'm like, oh shit, this troll's gonna jump out and grab me, and then it doesn't happen, and I'm like, whoa, wait, like what's going on here?
And
So I
instead,
really
they
love,
make the reference to it
yeah, like I really
when
love
you
that
get
part.
past it. Yeah.
But yeah, like the amount of Easter eggs that they show off in that trailer were like, if you just go back and look at it, like in the background you see like enemies that you find like later in the game. Like at the end where they show they like pan out and they show the world and the dragon comes and like flies at you at the end of that trailer, like you can see the world serpent.
I love the
it
world
kinda looks
serpent.
like-
What
it
a
kinda
cool
looks like a
character.
river, and they like didn't really say anything about it, but it's like cool that you can see part of the body in there like moving, and it's so far off that it's like, oh look, there's a river over there, but like no, that's the world serpent. Like there's just really good, like the way they revealed this game, I feel like you just can't like do a better job at it. Like
Yeah.
Mm.
I feel bad. Dre says it in the chat that he's never played God of War. And here we
no.
are spoiling all of it.
Yeah,
Sorry, man.
fuck.
You knew what you were getting into when you clicked on this.
Yeah.
It's the GODCAST.
Another thing I wrote down was the axe.
The Leviathan axe.
dude. Like I said, I know because obviously like I said, I don't know how spoiler we want to get, but you eventually get something else that's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool moment in the game, but like I feel like I found myself using the axe still after that point because of how much I enjoyed it. Like it just feel like every time you throw it and it comes back to your hand,
Mm-hmm.
like the controller kind of like rumbles a little bit. Like it just feels so good.
Has that satisfying oomph to it. Like it
Yeah, and
has real weight.
yeah, and I like the fact that you can control it, so you can throw it and not call it back right away, and like beat the fuck out of somebody with your fist. And then like you
Yep.
see an enemy coming at you from like straight on, you're like, dude, I'm gonna call back this axe and I hit him on the way back. Like the axe is
Yes.
just so satisfying to use.
I did get a huge kick out of every time that I would leave the axe somewhere and recall it and forget where I had left it
Yeah,
and just have it whip back and catch somebody on the way through. Just
yeah.
watch that one random enemy just kind of and fall over.
They
Oh,
didn't
got one.
say they didn't say it in the documentary because I actually watched a lot. Like Corey did a lot of like after the game came out, he did a lot of podcasts with different outlets talking
Mm.
about the game. Like he's pretty open about it.
Oh yeah, I
Um,
saw he was on
he was like kind of funny IGN. Like he
the
was on like a
IGN
bunch.
Beyond podcast. I love that one. That's like my
Yeah,
favorite podcast.
yeah. He was on a bunch of them, but and like he went into like kind of cool stories like this where like he said like during the E3 demo when he was playing, like he throws the axe at an enemy and it like pins him against a rock, and he said they had demoed before, like he had rehearsed and rehearsed and rehearsed. He was supposed to call the axe right back and continue fighting, but he's like just something in the moment, like I was like I'm gonna leave the axe there and just start punching this dude, and it goes into like a kill animation that like he said he's like, yeah, when I got back to the studio the next day, like he's like everybody was freaking out because they're like we didn't test that animation at all, we didn't know if it was gonna work. Like it's like we were watching the trailer the whole time just thinking like when the fuck is he gonna call back the axe, like what is he doing. It's like up there I knew that they were freaking out and I loved it. Like
He's
but
crazy.
yeah, but yeah, the axe is great.
The axe was definitely like I feel like it was part of the learning curve going
Mm-hmm.
into this one because like 1 through 3 you had that like different like more Devil May Cry style like combat going on, whereas this one was like you said, they moved it from the face buttons to the shoulder buttons. It's a little more slower. You got to be careful this time, and like
Yeah,
now you have the axe instead of the blades. And like the other thing that got me is playing this game after so many other people had played it and talked about it and everything. Like I knew at some point through the game you're gonna like switch out the
yeah,
axe and you get the blade. So I was waiting for this like Zelda like da 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 moment where you like go get them again. But it's in such a weird part of that game where like
yeah,
You almost
you
feel
go to
guilty
get
for getting the
them.
axe
Yeah, you
or
like
the
go
blades.
get these blades and you're like, okay, I have these and I'm gonna do this because I have to do a thing to save the boy.
yeah,
But like you don't even want to do it. It's like at that point it really becomes like Kratos doing a thing for the boy over himself.
I just
Like
like
he
the
doesn't want to take those blades back out. He just
yeah.
wants to like
It sucks that like I feel like that was like a huge thing where it's like me playing it for the first time. I didn't know that you were gonna get the blades because nobody had spoiled it for me. So just that
right.
whole build up of like when you drop the boy off at Freya's house, and like he's like, I know what I have to do, and you get in the boat, and it's like I feel like this is the one part in the game where I was like, this no cut camera thing like really did it for me. Where like the rest
Mm,
of the game, it's like whatever, like I don't know, it's okay, but like the just in the boat as you're going down, the camera's like spinning, and every time it gets behind Kratos, it comes around, and there's like, oh shit, dude, like just that whole like boat ride too. It's like you know what's gonna happen. You're like, I'm gonna go get the blades right now. I think like this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen, and that build up to then he's putting him on, and like looks over at the door, and he's having that conversation where she's
yeah.
telling him like you can't take you can pretend to be like a father and a teacher and all this stuff, but like you can't run from your past, and he's just putting them on. Like I know, like
Get
I was
out
like,
of my head.
shit, dude, like, ugh. Man,
Yeah.
that part was really fun, especially not having it spoiled. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, like the way that I
Yeah,
did.
yeah,
there was definitely something to this, like that.
I'm playing
Even
that
playing
scene
it after
in the
hearing
media
it.
screen so, while we're talking about it, but
Yeah, like even after about hearing all of it, like that, still going through and experiencing it, it was still like even I knew when they said, "All right, you got to go back home and you got to go back to your roots, or you got to go do whatever you got to do." Like I knew where I was going and what I was headed for, but it was still like it really is a tense scene in there. The timing and everything with
yeah,
it, everything happening with the boy, and then having like all those voices in your mind, and digging up your past and everything. Like it all
um,
plays really well, and like you said, the camera work in this thing, like the
dude,
cinematography,
ugh.
that no cut camera is like an absolute feat throughout this entire game.
Yeah,
Like,
it's crazy. Like even like they touch a little bit about in the documentary, but I think it was another podcast he was talking about like specifically with the light part where he goes into the light. That was like a huge thing because like it, he like is supposed. It's like it kind of fades to black there, but he's not supposed to fade to black. And he was talking about how they like pulled that off, and it's just really cool. Like how they did that like in engine and like like if you like zoom out like Kratos is laying there, it's all happening on that level, you just can't see it and stuff.
um 40, you got any idea what the hell we're talking about?
Not really.
So, but you remember the main weapon in this is big time spoilers, Dre. Sorry, man. In the original games, his main weapon's the blades. Like when the scene that's playing now in if you're looking at the live feed of Twitch, this is where he goes to get his blades, and it's this scene's probably more powerful than some of the other stuff that we were talking
Yeah,
about. You know, it's just the way. I mean, without the music, I mean, I could put the music back on, but
I'm not a fan of this armor set, but
yeah, that's not what my armor
pretty
looked like
interesting.
at this point in the game.
that's another thing that I kind of liked about it is like everybody's playthrough was a
Helheim
little
of
different.
all
Kratos
places.
looks a little different. Your combat style and like the abilities you had unlocked and stuff were a little different.
definitely.
But this right here, where
You definitely had a lot of choices.
where he
Yeah,
hops into the canoe and like now it kind of flashes back. Like this is the point of the game where you're like, oh wait, this is a God of War game, like you know, because yeah, this armor set is really fucking whack as fuck
yeah,
though.
it's goofy.
It is.
I do not like it.
Dude, this fucking camera, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I don't
And
remember.
at this point too, like I don't know if stream has. I have the stream muted, but like the music playing.
no,
at
I
this
got
point,
the
and it's
music
just, like,
off right now. It
it's
is
so,
good
like,
though. The music,
everything.
I'll put it on.
Everything is just like it's so good. Like
Yeah, it's all building to this, like all of it. You can see like he's in the boat, it gets all stormy, it's just blowing him along. He doesn't even have to paddle, like he's not even of his own will to go back to this, but things are pushing him back to where he, doesn't want to be.
yeah, and then just the way they reveal this, where it's like.
Oh, and
can't
look
see
at there's
him,
his
and then-
mother in the boat with him.
Oh shit, dude.
Yeah, that part was crazy.
I was like, fuck.
Yeah.
That's what's her name? Athena.
Athena, yeah.
Yeah, there he says it.
Yeah.
I
Such a
assumed
good
we'd be watching some footage in the GODCAST. Get out of my head.
Boy.
Boy.
So good. I think the worst part of this game is how annoyed my son has become with me. I'm just calling him boy all the time.
Oh, yeah. He doesn't like it.
Well, after a while, it gets old. Every now and then, just being like, hey, boy, is one thing, but when I'm like, have you done your homework yet, boy?
Are you going to be like Bat Dad? Except you're going to be like Dad of War. You should start
Yeah.
that YouTube channel.
Boy! Dad of War. Boy! The grass is long in the yard.
Yeah. You should.
Boy, no dessert until you finish your vegetables.
It's kind of like the same exact thing as Bat Dad, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah, I just gotta put on some face paint.
That'd be funny.
Yeah, but
Soul Scene is fucking great.
yeah, and I feel like there were quite a few moments through the game that were
Yeah.
like these set piece moments that really
Definitely.
like this, and
This
then
was
like
great.
you know what
Oh,
it is?
The
Is
big fucking
is-
thing with the giant thing through its head or whatever. The giant that had the,
giant.
big like stake through his fucking head or his hand or something. That was cool. Freeing the dragons. You guys free any dragons?
Yeah, those are cool side quests. Oh, you didn't do that? Yeah,
I
they're
did
fun.
not free the dragons
Did
or
you
fight
find
the Valkyries.
No Valkyries.
The
Did not
Valkyries
go
are
into
just
that either.
fucking- See, like the Valkyries are. I don't know how far you got in the Valkyries, Mark. The Valkyries are like.
I only
a
killed
great-
one.
They're a great use of like. There's some of them I don't know. Like I can't remember if it's all of them or what. But there's some Valkyries that it's like the perfect use. I feel like of what we were talking about earlier that I said I didn't like in God of War. I can't think of the name right now. The where it tells you to press a button and you have to press it or you
Oh,
fail.
the quick time.
Quick time events. There's Valkyries where you have to do quick time events, and if you don't do it, you it's an automatic death. But I
Mm.
feel like they're so deserved, and like it just feels right, and it's like
Yeah.
the perfect use of like this is what a quick time event should be. Like,
Oh, okay.
um,
Yeah, I only fought the first one that I found, and I was way underpowered, and I managed to
yeah.
beat
There's
it
a
somehow.
like even if you have like the fucking highest power, like there's some that like it's just like you have to get lucky or like if you get a wrong like dice roll you just die, like you can't do anything about it. They're really difficult.
So he's not using the axe here because it would do nothing against those enemies. He's got to go back to the house. Yeah, this is the cool. I'm gonna put the volume back up again for
That
anybody
was
watching.
the other. That was the other fun element that I found with this one was the fire and ice elements to the enemies. So you had to switch between your weapons that you had.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
One thing to point out here too is at the very beginning of the game when he opens us up to put the kid down there, you can actually see the blades.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
like
even think to like look again.
that's like a big like Easter egg that Corey was talking about. He thought people would figure out, but they never did. Like you can see the like corner of them, and he puts them down there, and that's why the boy was like, "It's like I thought you told me never to go down there." It's because like he didn't want him to find the blades.
Yeah.
But again, here the way the fucking camera works right now, like it's so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's filmed with a guy with a camera, like a cameraman on the set of a movie.
It's the camera guys from Cops, just constantly right behind them. Yeah, I feel like a lot of the scenes that like threw back to Kratos trying to get away from his past, like had these big moments. Like
Especially at
here
the
he's
end,
getting the blades and
There's
stuff,
no
but then
way
you also have that one like
Spartan.
in the one of the what is it? One of the vaults or like
yeah.
whatever it is. That guy's like treasure room where he finds the vase of himself,
Mm-hmm.
the black
Yeah.
and red.
Yeah, that was really cool. I like
Like
that part.
finding that.
That
or,
on
like,
the when they're on the elevator and he like shares the fucking like wine with his son.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How about
Oh,
that
shit.
part when they're on the elevator and the kid keeps taking a step and stopping, and taking a step and stopping?
You know, I
Taking
looked
a
for
step.
that one, but I never found it.
Ah, I found it.
I looked every time I went on an elevator. What
Check
are
it
you
out.
doing?
YouTube.com/markmoney.
Yeah.
I also really liked watching because today was the first time I watched a documentary. Watching the documentary and seeing the fucking actor when he's like, when I did this, it was really early on. He's like, I had to tap into something I don't want to like admit on. Can't like, It's like, oh shit, he's like really crying like as
Yeah.
he's fucking up this scene.
All right, brother. Let's see what those blades can do.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, and I feel like the addition of what's his name? The talking head.
Yeah, that was cool.
Mimir.
Such a Mimir.
So my favorite fucking character.
It was like such a cool way to like get that in-ear like narrator that you get in like so many games now, but like such
Yeah.
an interesting way to do it.
I like that they got a real Scottish actor to play the part.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
That's what I was talking when I was telling you guys, like, just keep playing it. There's something that happens in the game, and I think like I wasn't even talking about the blades. I was talking about like, when you get fucking Mimir, dude.
Yeah.
I feel like that's when the game starts. It's like you end up sitting in the boat. Like, I want to finish this story. I don't
Yeah.
want to get off yet. Like,
Yeah. So I think we could speculate a little bit on what a God of War 2 would look like. And
so I actually was kind of curious as to like, because they kind of do set up very well.
Right.
Big God
Alright,
of War
so-
2, but I don't know if you guys have gotten to that part yet, because it's like after the game ends, they tell you to kind of do something, but you don't really have to do it. But like,
Right. So before we even get there, like I just want to say that like when you're saying when you get Mimir and the game like starts because you want to start listening to the lore and everything like that, I felt like that was the first step for me, and the only thing that I didn't enjoy throughout the game was like we said, the idea of the game is super simple. You want to get from point A to point B, like you're on this journey, right? But I feel like when you find Mimir, it's the first time that you like get to point A just to find out, or get to point B just to figure out that point B isn't even really where you're trying to go.
yeah,
That's like the first step in like, I want to say it's like 3 setbacks to like, all right, I have reached the end. Okay, no, you haven't. Like,
Yeah.
all right, what happened this time? Like, by the
yeah.
last time when I was like getting there and it set me back again, I was like, this is kind of getting old. Like,
Yeah.
at this point, it's like, okay, what's the next excuse for why I can't go through this doorway?
See, the first one definitely worked for me because it was like, it was under your own assumptions that that's where you were supposed to go. Like, you never had any confirmation. So he's like, well, actually, this isn't like the tallest peak. And it's like, and like Kratos like having that conversation with himself. Like, this can't be what she meant. Like, what the fuck? Like, and it's like I feel like they handled that situation really well. They definitely do, like, they do it a couple more times, and you can tell it's like to like even at the end where it's like you beat the final like boss in the game, right? And it's like you're still not even done. It's like, no, you got to go like further. You got to keep going. And it's like, so I can definitely see that being a kind of like a negative.
Like, reaching the peak and then finding out like this peak isn't the highest peak, like, okay, that's one thing. Like, all right, false information, this isn't actually the peak. But then like you find the peak and it's confirmed, like, okay, this is the peak. But then it's like, oh, there's no door to get there. Like, all right, great, we'll find another way in. So we find another way in, and then it's like, all right, now we have the key to this other door that'll let us get there. But then all of a sudden we like get into a fight and we wreck the door. Like, the boy's kind of right at that point. Like, you're a fucking idiot, bro. We just did all this work to open this door, and now, like, you two shit whipped each other into it and broke this whole thing. Like, at that point, I'm with the boy. I'm like, you guys are dumb.
Yeah.
Like, this is just going to make me go try and figure out another way to come back to the same thing.
No, I definitely agree on like that point. I do feel like I never found myself not enjoying the times in between though. Like, where it was like, okay, they set me back again, but then like everything that happened from that point to the next point, like I really enjoyed.
Yes, super entertaining in between all of them, but that heartbreak, like I said, like the third time that it happens, I'm like, come on, I just fucking flipped a temple upside down to go through this door, and now
Yeah.
you're not gonna fucking go through the door? Like, what the fuck you guys doing?
Right.
So
No,
it definitely got old, but I
Yeah.
mean, like you said, in between, it's always entertaining. It just becomes disheartening at one
Yeah.
point to like do it over and over.
I don't know if you guys noticed, but I put back on the media screen footage from God of War, the original.
Mhm.
So that's just playing while we're talking.
So one thing I want to get your guys' opinions on is like, so at least for me going into this, like, I definitely knew way more about like Greek mythology than like Norse mythology.
Same.
Like,
Mm.
really, the only thing I knew about Norse was like, okay, I've seen the Thor movies in the Marvel universe,
Yeah.
like Thor and Loki and Odin. Like, that's all I know. How did you guys feel about going through the game and maybe not like, uh, immediately encountering those like familiar names?
mean,
Well, I knew Thor and Odin and Loki, and I knew the one. It's is it Thor's son? Who's the one that you fight? The stranger. What's his name? Ends
No,
up being
he's Thor. You
oh,
fight Thor's
Freya's
two
kid,
sons, but he's
yeah,
Freya's
Freya's
kid.
son.
Yeah.
What's his
something
name?
with a B. I do this every time too.
What the fuck is his name?
It's
The
something with a
stranger.
B.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
that was such a good name for
No,
him.
I
though.
know him too. I know
Dude,
that.
that's another thing that I feel like we got to talk about is that fight sequence at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that blew my mind.
Ooh,
That's what I'm talking about. Where it's like when I played through that fight sequence, I was like, see, this is how you do the whole like, hey, there's like, we're gonna have you like do a cool thing, and it's not gonna be like quick time events. It's like, no, you're actually gonna be fighting, and it might go into a cutscene as you fucking like bash through like a boulder, and then it's gonna go back into like fighting.
right back. And I feel like the no cut camera definitely helped with that
Yeah.
too. Because like if you got a cutscene back on like these PS2 ones, then sometimes you get
Boulder.
a big jump.
I'm telling you what
that's
though,
it,
I'm looking at
Baldur.
this PS2. Oh, Baldur, that's right. And yeah, there was games based on like Baldur's Gate. That's the Baldur that they're talking about.
Yeah.
You know, it's all
Right.
Norse mythology. I'm looking at this PS2 boss fight, and I'm just like, I mean, granted, this is the remastered version, and this video is 4K, 60 frames per second, but still.
I was gonna say this looks fantastic.
Yeah, this
But see,
is
like, this part,
originally a
like-
PS2 game.
Yeah. And I mean, like, I don't know, like, I can't even like I said, like, I feel like
They're two
this
different
part, like,
games, this and the new one, but
this
it's
is like this
it's
is like
so good.
impressive in its own right. Like, this is a PlayStation 2 game, and you're like it's amazing.
It
Like,
was
I
just
feel
so
like-
much fun. Look at it in that big giant circle button floating above his head, letting you know that like now you've made it to a significant part of this fight.
Right. Yeah, I feel like a lot of this like looks the same. That you can see like you have your health and your rage and
Mhm.
whatever, and then you have the boss's health.
Right.
But difference that for me that really stands out between this and the new one is like every time you make contact with this thing, you get that combo fucking thing pop up. It's like go for it, hit him again, hit him again, hit him again,
yeah,
hit him again.
that's
Whereas the
very
new
Devil
one
May
is like,
Cry-ish.
yeah, the new one is like, okay, maybe you hit them once or twice, but now maybe you might want to back off
Yeah.
because now they're gonna do an attack that you can't block. You just have to dodge the hell out of the way for.
Right. I'm like
Whereas this
mesmerized
one-
by this gameplay though.
I mean,
It's great. Oh, and then when you first saw that for the first time, like this, that's the quick. Oh, and straight to a cutscene. Boom. Straight through your fucking sinus cavity, you piece of shit.
You mean to say this was 15 years ago?
That's crazy. That's
pretty
crazy
good.
shit.
yeah,
But he had the worst beard. Like his beard in the new one
He
is
did.
way better than this dumb
You're
piece
gonna do
of
it
shit.
fantastic, dude. Like, good example of what we were talking about earlier with Cyberpunk, about how like games typically show you like better, and then when they come out, like they're worse. I remember when this like they look worse when this game came out when the new God of War came out. That I forgot what it is, like Reset Error or whatever. There's like one company that always does like graphics comparisons and like that's like what they specialize in. They did it and it was like specifically on his beard. Like his beard in the actual game is more detailed than like any of the trailers that they showed off.
Really?
Yeah, like it's like in certain parts in the game when the wind's blowing, like you can see like individual strands of hair in his beard like moving with the wind and shit. Like it's kind of crazy. I also felt like God of War came out 2018, and in my head I was like, dude, I could go for a PlayStation 5 for a long fucking time from now because this is like blowing me away on how good it looks. Like where I feel like you kind of get to that point where games start like it feels like you've reached a point of like games can't look better than this, and then that's time for a new console. I feel like God of War came out and like set this like higher bar of like I've never seen anything on the PlayStation that looks this good.
Wait.
Shadow
on the
of
PS.
Colossus.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, but even so, Shadow of the Colossus.
Wow, look at the
looks
PS2
fantastic.
titties though they put in there. That's crazy. But
Dude.
it's on a fucking vile creature, a Medusa.
I mean, 12-year-old me was probably excited about that.
Oh yeah, I was.
I
I was like,
"Fuck,
what?
dude, tits."
Bibs.
What's in the third one? Can't you just keep like? There's a section in God of War 3 where you can just repeatedly over and over again just keep having sex,
Oh yeah. Yeah.
and you have to fucking hit combos and shit.
Right, Grand Theft Auto didn't even do that.
Yeah.
That was like a deleted. You had to hack the game to find that in Grand Theft Auto. Wow, this looks like fighting a Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Annoying as hell.
See, like, what I feel like the biggest difference between like the new game and the older ones is we're like, as great as this looks and as amazing as like it was to play, and I think it still is to play because, like I said, I've recently like before the new one came out, I went back and played the original 3. It's like this is the same game as the first one and the third one and Ascension. Like, there's not much difference. And like maybe they like refine the gameplay a little bit and like give you new abilities and shit, but for the most part it's this over and over and over again for 4 games, where it's like I feel like they just needed a like change in pace.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I could see how you could put it that way, but
Because like otherwise, like so what would have if you didn't play Ascension, right? Like,
Yeah.
what would have made you gone out and play a new God of War game if it was the same exact thing?
the only reason I didn't play Ascension though is because I was an avid reader of Game Informer, and they were just like, yeah, it's not really worth it, so I just didn't go play it. But then when I finally did get my hands on it and I started to play, I was like, oh yeah, this isn't very good, you know.
Yeah.
But as far as 1, 2, and 3, I just think each one was better than the last. That's just my opinion.
Well, obviously, whatever they did, it worked because they doubled their sales from 5 to 10 million. And yeah, I agree with Pop that they needed to do something new, and it worked.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely.
And they also they turned. I think the biggest thing they did was, and maybe this is going to like the whole like they want you to feel for Kratos and stuff. But the biggest thing they did is like they kind of turned Kratos into not a douchebag, and so he's a little bit more marketable. You can throw posters out there with Kratos and the kid on it, and people look at it and go, "Okay, I can
He's
get
a
behind
fuck.
that." Right? Like, yeah. Where it's like I feel like they can like, I don't know. I feel like they've set like I feel like there's a separate conversation in whole, but like I feel like PlayStation has set themselves up so well for the PlayStation 5 and the sequels that they have, where it's like they don't have to do much, right? Like I feel like a God of War 2 sells itself, like a Spider-Man 2 sells itself, a Horizon 2
Yeah.
sells itself.
a ton of these games sell themselves because I feel
Yeah.
like that's what made the PlayStation kill this generation was they got
Yeah.
all the games. Like
Where maybe you
everything
don't
you
get
want to play is there.
Yeah, like maybe you don't get the new God of War if you don't have Ascension, right? Like maybe
Right.
you don't get Horizon if you don't have like whatever that Killzone game that came out at the beginning of the generation. Like, um,
Footage that we're looking at now is boss fights from God of War 2.
yeah,
So this is the first one that you encounter. I like this little
um,
trip down memory lane for God of War. I feel like we should maybe do this for different series in the future. If we could all get on the same page, go and finish a game. Like, I would love to do a retrospective like this on Uncharted. You guys know that.
Definitely.
I mean, it's
yeah,
those games kind of have, you throw them on easy mode and get through the whole thing, and just I think we could do it. This is cool though. I mean, there's tons of games that we could go old school with it. I mean, well, actually, I don't know, man. I was thinking like Mega Man, but those games are hard.
yeah. Dude. All right,
I was thinking
not
Metal
get
Gear.
crazy.
Mega
Metal
Man,
Gear,
dude,
Metal
it was-
Gear is cool, but like I don't know what the fuck we would talk about because I don't even know if
Yeah, dude.
Kojima knows what the hell he was talking about when he made those games.
Yeah, I don't know. That's
Yeah.
like where we need to find a fifth person and everyone can take one game and be like, all right, here's what I think is going on.
Oh right, yeah.
That'd be great. Like each somebody takes one game out of the series, and it's like you just gotta continue. Like this is what I think's going
Puzzle
on,
it together.
and here's what followed up after it. Like the next
mean,
person just has to
Like,
go.
oh,
Good luck
hearing
to whoever
that.
gets Metal Gear Solid 2. 'Cause that could take a couple hours.
Shalashashka. The Manhattan Project and fucking nuclear obliteration. I don't know what the fuck that game was trying to say.
It was ahead of its time for sure.
That I feel like if you play the story mode, like the cutscenes from Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, for like conspiracy theorist nuts, they're gonna be like, "What? This fucking game knew it all, man."
He called it.
Yeah.
He totally called it.
That shit had me bugging out at the end of Metal Gear 2 when the Colonel started going all this shit like Nagasaki, Suzuki. He's fucking just saying all this crazy shit. I'm like, what the hell is happening? His face would like turn X-ray for a second. You'd see like a skeleton on his face. I'm like, I'm getting kind of bugged out playing this.
Yeah, dude. It's
But Metal
was
Gear Solid
pretty
2
crazy.
on the sticks is so good. So much fun to play. I would
Like,
spend.
the scope of these games, like I feel like when you look at like God of War 2, right, and you think of like Shadow of the Colossus, like Shadow of the
Yeah.
Colossus, I feel like did scope so well where it's like you're fighting these fucking huge monsters, but like the frames are at like 3 frames a second, fucking runs terrible. Where it's like you're fighting this fucking, it doesn't even fit. Like the nipple up is all that you see on screen right now, and like it's running super smooth. I
Yeah.
know like some of this goes to like the video, but like I
Do
don't
you
know what
think-
version of the game this is, but like still like
Well,
feel
I mean, you could go play Shadow of the Colossus, remade
Yeah.
from the ground up by Blue Point Games, right, on the PS4. It probably looks amazing.
yeah.
Do you think that the next God of War for PS5 will feature weapons like this? Remember how God of War 2 you had all you had the gauntlets and the sword and like a bow and arrow and the head that you could hold up?
Yeah.
I'm actually kind of
that's-
hoping that we'll have like a weapon wheel in the next God
Yeah,
of War. That
that's
would be
super-
great.
Super interesting. Because I feel like this goes back to what like I kind of proposed to you guys of how you felt about like them getting through the first game without touching on any of these like I feel like known characters of Norse mythology, where it's like yeah, like you could very easily throw in like dude, I have Thor's hammer now. You know what I mean? Like I could definitely see that being a thing. I feel like based off of stuff that like I've heard Corey say in like podcasts and things like that, he definitely seems like he has a. This is why I think like
Oh,
God of War
shit.
2, besides sales, is like a for sure thing. Where like he said that like he wrote out a story and was like, this is too much for one game. I have to scale it back. So like he definitely seems like he has a plan there for more.
DLC,
Right.
you think, or a third
No,
game?
so they came out and said that there wasn't going to be any DLC. So like I think that it's going to be like a I feel like he might have written a like pretty broad story and it's just like we're going to make this first game and then we're going to go the second game and then I feel like it depends like is it a trilogy? Maybe if it's a trilogy then you don't get the weapons in the next game. But
Mm.
yeah, I mean it'll be interesting to see like how they play that out. I'd imagine they'd introduce something else, whether it's like the kid gets a new weapon of some sort, or like a
Right.
new big ability, or you get something crazy to play with. It's interesting to see what they do in the future. There's also like the time gap that they can play around with too, where it's like they don't specify how much time has taken place in between like the start of this story and the end of like God of War 3. And
Right.
like I know he hinted at or like in the documentary he said that at first he thought that the game was going to take place in Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Oh
that
yeah.
was the
Yep.
initial plan.
I remember
And then
that.
in this game when you get to that like treasure room where it shows like the Greek stuff and like the Norse stuff, it also has Egypt stuff in there. So I definitely think there's a plan at some point to like Kratos is has either at this point gone to Egypt or is going to go to Egypt.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
would
they
be
find that like
interesting.
slate and it has the 4 symbols for war.
Yeah.
So you have like the Omega that we already know, plus they have
Mhm.
Egypt, and then the other two are like feudal Japan
Yeah, the
and
Japan one. Yeah.
I forget what the last one is, China or
Yeah.
like
So
another,
like
another Asian.
yeah. I feel
Yeah,
like they did a really good job of setting themselves up for like future like they could do a
going other
prequel and I
places.
would be happy. They could do a sequel and I'd be happy. Like they obviously hinted at like there's some stuff on the wall that you find that like makes it seem like um
Right. So to go to the end of the game before we start talking about what the next one could be,
Yeah.
yeah.
like end of the game, right before we disperse the ashes, you see that giant, like whatever you want to call it, the depictions
Like
on the
mural on the
wall.
wall, yeah.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
of like his journey, the boy's journey that he goes through, and at the end of the journey, we see a depiction of what looks like him killing Kratos
Yeah.
Yeah.
because the entire history of all these games has been about like
Revenge.
killing gods killing their fathers,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And like you see the reenactment in hell with Zeus, and then you what's
You
the
see
other
the
one?
fight with Boulder, like
Yeah, Boulder, when he quotes Zeus and says we have to be better than this,
Yeah.
you know and then he kills Balder so that he can't kill his parents, you know,
yeah.
to like stop this cycle. So the question is did he really change enough to change the boy to avoid being killed? Or is that story not over?
Yeah.
Like, is that something that we're going to drag into the next one where, yeah, this prophecy will come true?
Another like little hint too that I don't know if you guys picked up on is like when Boulder dies, like snow starts, and that's like the sign of like Ragnarok starting, which is where all of the like gods die.
You think they're gonna
Which
stick with the Norse mythology for the second one?
I think so. So I feel like, did you go back to the house, Mark,
After
after
I
the
beat
game?
the game?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, so if you go back to the house, there's like a huge like thing that happens that hints at future games that I feel
Oh
like kind
shit!
of
I gotta go
confirm.
do that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like a
I,
big, it's like a cool thing.
I gotta check
I
that.
did go back to the house.
Yeah,
Oh, so you saw it?
I did.
I gotta
I
check
saw
that
it
out.
because as soon as I finished this
So
game,
that's one spoiler that we're not gonna have in this podcast, because don't
Yeah.
spoil it. I want to go see.
yeah,
Kratos
did.
fucks his way.
Yeah, they finally brought it back. I was waiting for all the quick time
Yeah.
sex scenes.
So as soon as I was
Freya
done with
gets
this
her
game, I wanted all of the content for it. So I watched that Raising Kratos documentary.
Yeah.
I looked at a bunch of Easter egg videos to be like, oh, look at all this shit you missed all over the game.
Yeah.
So one of the ones was okay, so our very last Easter egg, if you haven't done this, it tells you, go home.
Yeah.
If you don't want to know what this is, go do it because it's worth doing. So I was like, oh, let's go do it. So yeah, it really is
Yeah.
just a teaser for potentially future games, but it's a
Yeah,
cool
yeah.
little scene that you get from it.
I'm gonna do that tomorrow, I think.
Definitely.
Maybe tonight.
There's also this is like a fan thing that was going around when the game came out, but so I guess in Norse mythology, I don't know, the kid who they reveal him to be at the end of the game.
Loki.
Yeah. So in Norse mythology, they I didn't want to
40 has
spoil it,
no
I guess, but yeah. Yeah.
desire to play this game.
I don't care.
So I guess in Norse mythology, Loki is the one who
Loki's the next character in Smash.
yeah, he creates the world serpent.
Yeah.
Right.
That's how it is in the mythology. And there was a big fan theory going around that the world serpent is somehow Kratos,
Oh.
because he's white with red markings, and
Huh.
he helps them out. And the way that Norse mythology works is that the snake fights one of the gods, and the gods punches him so hard that he goes back in time.
Knocked his ass in the last week.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
so
no, there was in Norse mythology there's a Loki's the son of someone and he has time travel abilities or some shit like that.
Yeah, so there's a theory that the end mural or whatever of Loki killing Kratos, right, is that he's killing him to then rebirth him as the snake.
Hmm.
And I guess that lines up with some type of actual Norse mythology. That's kind of how it happens. And obviously there's no Kratos in Norse mythology, but that's how the snake is there, and that's why he helps Loki out, because he's from him or something. So I don't know, that's just an interesting theory. It, even if it's not true, I feel like they did a really good job of setting that up, of the snake is a pale white with fucking red markings everywhere. It's
Right.
all right, I could see that being Kratos in some weird
Yeah, that's interesting.
Norse world.
They also said that there was they dropped foreshadowing earlier in the game about what Atreus's real identity is as Loki,
Yeah, so
because he asks him when he tells him that he's a god, he's like, I'm a god, so can I turn into animals?
And that's one of Loki's abilities.
Yeah,
or whatever.
Loki shapeshifts.
That's neat that they
Yeah.
included that.
Also, Corey's really big on Easter eggs, I guess. Like I said, they show the blades at the very beginning of the game, whenever he puts them in the hole, and then at the start of that, when they hear they're in the house and they hear the noise, and he looks up at the roof. Apparently, in that cutscene on the roof, there's markings where somebody has written out Norse writing, and it says Loki, it says his name on there. And so when the game first came out, and Corey was doing a bunch of the interviews and stuff, he was saying there's a huge Easter egg at the very beginning of the game that spoils everything, and nobody's found it yet, and I'm so happy. And then months later, somebody finally found it. It was pretty cool.
So yeah, I've been making our way through all the games. We're looking at boss fights from God of War 3 right now, and this is a really cool one. This footage is just amazing. I'm like, you know, it's making me want to go replay every game again.
Well,
Dude, that
specifically
remaster of
this
3 is
game.
pretty good.
Yeah, specifically this game. It's wild that they pulled this off on the PS3, to be honest.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think I played it on hard or very hard. I just remember doing every single segment of this game over and over because it must have been very hard difficulty
Yeah.
because this game was worth trying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The remaster version on the PlayStation is pretty good. Or PlayStation 4. I
Right.
think I streamed it. It ran smooth.
Let's do this one while we're here, right? Everybody's favorite. God of War Ascension.
Yeah.
Lots of quick time events, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks nice.
Yeah, like it's like a newer, prettier version of like God of War. Like it wasn't a bad game. It wasn't as fun as 3. And I feel like it's kind of what you said. Like there's kind of some expectation of like this is a new game in the series. It should be better than the last one, and I feel like this one won.
Yeah.
Yep. So, predictions for God of War 2? Potentially PS5?
I
So-
mean, I just think that we're going to see a weapon wheel. That's my big prediction.
Yeah.
Lots of extra weapons. Lots of extra, like, skill tree type of expand your combo thing. You know? Magic. More magic.
Will Kratos die?
Are they going to kill Kratos? I don't know.
Are they gonna kill Kratos?
That's good.
The entire game, this entire game, I was like 100% convinced that Kratos was gone. I was like, they're setting up the kid to take over the series.
Who wants
I'm okay
to play
with
as
it,
the
like-
kid, though? Nobody wants to play as him.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't know that at the beginning of the game, right? Like, you take it out. Like, before the game came out, I was like, Kratos is dead. Like,
That's
there's
another
no-
thing. Next game, I think guaranteed we're going to play as Kratos and the kid. There's going to
And
be...
the kid.
Yeah.
There's going to be a section where Kratos can't fucking do something. And the kid,
Right.
like,
And you have to
Take it over.
control him.
I agree.
I feel like that was a missed opportunity in this one.
No.
There was more than a few times when me and James were sitting around and he was like, man, I wish I could just like shoot some arrows or something. Like even if it was something stupid easy, like
Oh, like a
Yeah.
two-player
this
type of
person-
thing?
yeah, like this person can use second controller or maybe you can't like
Kind of like a Super Mario
No.
Galaxy type of thing?
yeah. Like instead of collecting the coins, you get to like, you know,
Shoot
you can
arrows at bad
choose which
guys?
enemies you're shooting the arrows and like shoot them.
Yeah, I was thinking that when I was watching you stream it with James. I said the son should play like Tails in Sonic,
Yeah.
where he can just do whatever and just
Yeah.
like never die.
Speaking of couch co-op, did you see that Fortnite on PS4 has split screen?
Split screen, yeah. I saw that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
But I was imagining just having a kid play the kid and then just get stomped on by all the enemies because that's basically what happens to those characters.
Yeah.
Like
'cause-
Tails always
Because
just
kids
got-
can't do anything right.
Well, if you think of the role of Tails, he just got murked because he was. That's just what happened.
I used to
Yeah.
always play.
And there was more than a few times when I like led Atreus over somewhere and then was like, "Yeah, shoot him, and then ran to the other side. And they
Yeah,
just
while he
like
gets
stand there
stomped.
and kick him in the face and shit. And I'm like, "Oh, I'm over here, fucker. I'm just gonna throw this axe. No, you just stay there. It'll be fine."
That's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, even if you could just like shoot the arrows and like, you know, oh, select the opponent, shoot the arrows. Like, okay, great, more than enough. keep a kid entertained, you know.
Dude,
Yeah,
you should,
totally.
the second player should control Mimir. You can just start talking whenever.
You just start telling stories.
That would be great.
Anyway, I
That
know
would
we're
be
not on the
button is
boat
a-
anymore.
Each button's a different story. You just kind of like pick pieces from one to the next.
Any other predictions for God of War 2? Like, what do you think it's gonna? I mean, it's hard to say at this point, right? Because they could literally do anything. The game was
I
so
feel like I don't
successful. Like the
wanna say
world is
anything
their
because-
oyster.
You haven't seen that other part of the game?
Okay, so maybe we'll talk about it. We'll touch on it. You know, we did a good job, I think, really staying on topic.
Yes.
And I feel bad for 40 because our guest host here hasn't really. You know, you didn't play the game, and we've been talking about it for so long. But we do have
Yes,
from
let
the
me think right
11th. From the 11th, though, there was some topics that we never got a chance to get to that I think would be interesting. If you guys are still up, I mean, we've been live for almost 3.5 hours now. So if anybody wants to bail, I wouldn't hold it against you. I could
Yeah.
see we're looking a little tired, but if you want to keep going,
good.
let me know. Yes, I got some other
I got a
topics.
couple
in.
more minutes.
I'm
Huh?
in.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
There is one topic that I added to this week, like real late, that I feel like I would like to bring up, especially since there's 4 of us here.
Is it this Fantasy Critic Games
Yes.
thing?
Just-
Fantasy
I-
football for video games where you can like
Yes.
draft games
So-
to see who's gonna.
Yeah, I feel like this is a perfect example of what we were talking about at the beginning of the thing, where I was like, there's no way that Breath of the Wild 2 is coming out this year. And all of you were like, I think it is coming out this year. So this site is like kind of like fantasy football for games, where you just pick games, right? Like it gives you a list of all the games that are confirmed coming out this year, and then
Right.
all like rumored stuff. And you can set your own rules on like how many games you pick and like everything like that. But basically, it's like I'm going to pick my team based off how I think the game is going to get like reviewed. So something like for example, like a Resident Evil 3, right? Everybody's played Resident Evil 3. Resident Evil 2 Remake was really good. You assume that Resident Evil 3 Remake is going to get really good reviews, right? So I
Yes.
draft that to my team, and then when the reviews come out and it gets good reviews, right, I get points based off of how good of reviews that it gets. But to me, that's like the boring part because we know Resident Evil 3 is coming out. The more interesting part, and I feel like especially with this year, is there's a lot of games that haven't been announced yet that are definitely coming out because of the new consoles. So there's like a lot of room there of like, dude, I think Breath of the Wild 2 isn't gonna come out, but you guys do. So one of you picks that, and if it does come out, your team gets a shit ton of points, right? Because you assume it's gonna be a really good game. But if it doesn't come out, you get 0 points, right? 'Cause it
Yeah,
didn't really-
they were doing this on the Beyond podcast, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a couple different people do it. I think it's a really good idea that, obviously not tonight or anything, but like,
Yeah,
I just want to throw it out there, especially since there's 4 of us here. I feel like it kind of works with, like, the more people you have, the better, and you don't have to put a lot of effort into it outside of like the like initial go. But yeah, I think that's something we should look into. I think it would make a fun like we do it now. It's an event, and then like at the end of the year, we have like a recap of like how everybody did.
You know what's fucked up is
Yeah.
I just tried to sign up for it and I'm already having issues with their website.
Oh no. I haven't gone past this initial page.
Let me just try. Yeah, nope. Something's going wrong. But yeah, I like that idea and
Yeah.
that could be fun.
Definitely
to do.
something to look into the future.
The thing that I wanted to hop into real quick was if you go down in the Google Doc, stuff from the 11th, this Alienware concept UFO. Did anybody take a look at that?
Yep.
You guys all took a look at that. Okay. So Alienware's got a prototype gaming PC that basically is a Nintendo Switch.
Yeah.
What do you think about that? I mean, it's only a matter of time before somebody did this. Kind of interested in it. And,
Sure.
and I didn't think that I would be.
I feel like there's a big like question mark with this, where it's like they don't have the Nintendo properties to sell it, right? Which is like a big selling point for the Switch. So then you could go opposite route of Switch of being, well, it's way more powerful, so we can get a bunch of third-party stuff. But then how expensive is it going to be? Because I'd rather buy the new PlayStation for $500 than this thing for $500.
Imagine
'Cause
if
I'm
the
gonna get those
PS5 came with a secondary controller that was this thing.
That would be really sick,
Oh my god.
dude.
They would win everything forever.
There was concept art,
Yeah, I know. I would love a
dude.
PlayStation version of what the Nintendo Switch is, because the Nintendo Switch is undeniably like one of the greatest ideas ever. To have the PlayStation
$500,
properties on there.
$500 base model of the PlayStation 5, $600.
Get you the portable Vita 2.
Dude, I'm in.
Yeah. Sign me up.
I mean, it all sounds nice
Yeah.
in concept. I don't think it'll ever happen, or by the time it happens, it'll be somewhat insignificant of what you would expect for the concept, and maybe will be more streaming based by that point.
And then
And
you
you
can
don't
just
need to
play your
pack in
game
the
on
hardware.
your iPad. Exactly.
Yeah. But you know, the
I've
idea
done-
that someone could just step in and copy Nintendo, but at the same time, no one can really do what Nintendo, or you can't really hurt Nintendo because they just kind of live in their own bubble.
Yeah, Nintendo
Yeah.
has more money than a lot of people.
I
it
think
just comes
Nintendo
down to,
has
like,
more cash on hand than Ford, the company of Ford.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like tens of billions of dollars
Yes.
on hand.
Yeah.
Like they're one of the most cash-rich companies out there.
It's crazy how much money Nintendo has.
Yeah,
yeah,
crazy.
I don't know. It's interesting. I'm interested to see.
You know, it's a good idea. I feel like that's the type of thing, though, that people who are good with computers could rig something up like that right now. You know, with a Raspberry Pi type setup, and like, I mean, maybe not with this hardware, but how hard is it really? I mean, if you have the hardware, like in a laptop, say, how hard is it if you're, you know, mechanically adept to take that hardware and cram it into some custom-made 3D printed case that has controllers like that? I'll tell you what, if I had that Alienware thing that looked like that and the controllers could come off, I would probably never take the controllers off. You know, just use that thing like that to play all the PC games that you can't play on a Nintendo Switch. And that's the only cool thing about it. And, yeah, it seems like it would be expensive. If I was going to spend $400 or $500 on something like that right now, I might go buy myself an Oculus Quest and have wireless virtual reality at my disposal as opposed to something like this. You know, that's not even half of a graphics card that I would want on my next PC. You know, I don't need to take it portable. That's the real, you know, PC gamers just kind of want to sit at their PC.
Right.
Yeah.
I have a
You get
question.
enough of that at home. You don't really need to take it with you.
Right.
Yeah. I have a question for 40 because seem like you're a big. Do you have a Nintendo Switch?
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah,
get it
I
at
got it.
launch?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
That
so
was my
like,
birthday.
yeah,
It launched
So
on your
like-
birthday?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Cool.
that's crazy.
March
So like,
4th.
if Nintendo says, "Hey, we're launching a Nintendo Switch Pro that comes out December of this year," like,
You buying
do
one?
you feel like that's like justifiable to buy?
Depends.
If they add
mean, if it's
third analog
underwhelming,
stick.
Like the upgrades are underwhelming, I won't, because I'm no longer the Nintendo fan that buys every single thing Nintendo launches. Like I didn't get the Switch Lite, even though I thought it was pretty cool. So unless the Switch Pro is pretty significant, I don't really waste money like that anymore. To just
Yeah.
So what are we talking though? A Switch Pro would probably have
I just
a
feel
little
like it's
bit more
way...
screen real estate, right? A little bit
Yeah.
quicker load times, maybe longer battery life. Hopefully somehow they could make it bigger but also lighter. I don't know how they would do that, but like these are all things that they would want to strive for, and obviously make it compatible with everything that's released prior.
is it gonna be 4K or not? And probably not.
Probably
But
not.
But I mean, like,
probably
let's
people
say
want
like
it to be.
best case scenario, like let's say they came out in a direct next week and was like, we're launching a Switch Pro at the end of the year that's going to run games in 4K, right? Like it was like better than what like you would think a Switch Pro would be. Like I feel like for me it's just like wait, like I feel like to me like the Switch is still new. Like
I don't know. Yeah, it is, but it
it
all
seems
comes
like
down
way too
to
soon to put
software.
out
I
a
think. I
better
think
version.
that they sell a Switch Pro by saying Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 is out and it runs best on a Switch Pro. You know.
But so but then for your example, Mark, right? Like so then I bought a Nintendo Switch without getting a Zelda. I bought it for 3 years and there was no Zelda game that came out for it. Because Breath of the Wild was definitely developed for the Wii U and they
Oh,
just
I see
ported
what you're
it to
saying.
the Switch.
I see
So
what
it's
you're
like
saying. Yeah, no.
I just feel
but
like it's
Breath of the
way
Wild 2 will run on every version of a Switch. That's for sure.
You may be right about that. It may be too soon because they want the Switch to last as long as possible because they got a good thing going.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly don't know where they go from here. Hopefully they do. But yeah, I think the Switch Pro needs to be significant upgrade. I think the Switch Lite was right where it needed to be, but the Switch Pro could lead to disappointments. So
yeah.
I
See,
feel like it's the other way around though, and that's before a Switch Pro even surfaces. I feel like the Switch Lite was kind of a disappointment.
in what way?
Okay, so leave it so that you can't take the controllers off of it, but it should have still been dockable and been able to hook controllers up to it. I feel like that was a big, like, kind of misstep.
I
Yeah.
feel like it's for a completely different market though. Like I feel like it's like
I understand, but, like, how difficult was that really to make just that, bake in that feature? Is it really?
I think it would kill the Switch. That $100 is. I mean,
Okay.
I'm just saying. Yeah.
Yeah, so
that
they're
$100 is
locking
pretty
the
significant.
dockable feature behind a $100 paywall, and that's kind
Yeah.
of like where you can go. I love Nintendo, I respect Nintendo, but that's where the CEOs are a little shitty because they're like, nah, pay $100 if you want to dock it, and then if you want to dock it upstairs in your house, pay another 80 for a second dock.
No, their idea is you buy two Switches. You got the normal one, and then you get a
Yeah.
Switch Lite, so you have multiple Switches per household, which is their whole
I think that was
target
the goal.
right now.
Yeah.
That's their goal right now. It's
Okay.
been for a while.
I just
Switch
feel like I
Pro,
wouldn't buy a Switch Lite
Yeah.
because I have all that functionality already in my Switch.
You don't need it.
Right.
A lot of people don't need it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a perfect Pokemon player for James or a kid.
Yeah, Mike.
You know,
Mike needs a Switch and a Switch Lite right now.
$200
Maybe like 4 Switch
Pokemon
Lites and
player
a Switch.
is exactly what it needs to be for a lot of people.
Yeah, I feel like it was like yeah, exactly. It was like Pokemon was coming out, and they knew they had that market, and it's like, this is like here we'll introduce you into the Switch like marketplace with a better 3DS, right? Like, because that's what it's like the same price point, right? Like 3DSs are like $150, or you can get the Switch that runs all these new games for $50 more, and these new Pokemon games that you always play are coming out. I feel like that's the market they were going for. And then that secondary, like, dad bought a Switch for him to play, and kid wants a Switch now too, but I don't want to buy another one. I'll just buy this cheaper version.
So is
Yeah,
the
it's
more
all about the
powerful Switch
200.
called the Switch Pro or the new Switch?
Yeah, like
Switch Pro.
I feel
So
like
after tax for $750, you can get a Switch and 2 Switch Lites, Mike.
Oh,
I
that's
think
it?
that might be what your household needs.
I mean, I'm almost losing money if I don't.
No, not this time. You're
No?
losing money if you do.
Oh,
You
shit.
buy 3 consoles that play all the same games.
I'll buy 3 consoles and only 1 game. Fight to the death over it.
I'm sorry I interrupted, but
no, you're fine. I just feel like the
I'm
Switch is in like a
fine.
really
What are you hitting
weird
on me now? I'm just kidding.
I mean, yeah. If we
Oh
want to get
shit!
into it.
Cooper and Admison join the chat.
Oh,
Wow.
just give me a second, guys.
Wow, shit's about to, let's get weird.
Yeah.
Let's get weird in
But
here.
I would
Alright.
note that Nintendo Switch is the fastest, or it's the best-selling console out there, and it has been for quite a while.
Yeah.
And its sales are growing, while PlayStation, it kind of matches PlayStation, but Xbox is absolutely dying right now.
Yeah, Xbox is
So, in an effort to keep growth going forward, I guess Switch Pro may be a good idea for 2020, but
I think
We'll
we'll
have to
see
see.
one in
I just
2020.
feel like they're in like a weird spot because I feel like it's like I feel like the market to go for is making a way better version of the Switch, right? So that you can run like games that aren't playable on the current version. But then by doing that, you just fuck over people who have like.
No, I don't
it's
think
like,
they're gonna do
I
that
just
though.
bought my Switch. Like I feel like I shouldn't now have to buy a new one to play Breath of the Wild 2.
I don't think they're gonna do that. I think they're gonna make games that will run on both, and they're just gonna run better on the Switch Pro. But whether or not they're gonna do it, I think is not the topic of conversation. I think they're going to do it because
No, they're going to do
They
it,
have
yeah.
to have something, right? The Switch is, like you guys said, it's doing really well, and it's making a lot of money for Nintendo, and it's like the best-selling console, and that's all gonna slow down as soon as everybody's, because I put it this way, all the Nintendo people that there are, most of them, I think, have other consoles. They might still be from Nintendo, or they might be from Sony or Microsoft, but they're not. Most people, I feel like, don't have just a Nintendo. I feel like a lot of people get the Nintendo in addition to what they have. Until you start talking about like families, and that's where like that big number comes from. But as far as like gamers who buy their own consoles, I feel like they have a Nintendo Switch and something else. And when those types of gamers are trying to save up money for their Series X or their PS5, that's when the Nintendo Switch sales are going to be like, okay, now we need something to like compete in a way, right? And they're going to, I feel like it's kind of interesting to see Nintendo kind of join the race currently with everybody else, even though it's with a system that's already been launched, just a better version of it. Like, when's the last time that Nintendo, Sony, and Microsoft all went like head to head to head?
GameCube, Xbox One, and PS2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Yeah, that was
PS2.
it. No, Nintendo
PS2
lives in
years.
its own bubble. Like
Right.
Microsoft and Sony are the ones battling it out, and
Mhm.
Nintendo is in its own little world. Like Nintendo, I don't think Microsoft looks at Nintendo as a competitor.
Mm-mm.
They really just look at Sony. So yeah, like you said, you'll have a Switch and something else.
Yeah.
So that's the
And
whole
and
point.
Google Stadia, like, hey guys, I'm
Yeah.
here, I'm ready.
Yeah. I don't know. That to me, like the Switch Pro is like super interesting because it's definitely going to happen. I just feel like, regardless of what they do, they're going to disappoint like a huge.
The new Nintendo Switch XL
Or-
Pro.
Because like what you said, Mark, like
Hell yeah.
I feel like they can't compete with like the new consoles.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
It's like-
they can,
like
but they can't compete like hardware wise. But that's not what Nintendo's about. Like Nintendo doesn't need, like they've never needed. As a matter of fact, when you take a look back, the GameCube was kind of like technically superior to both the PS2 and the Xbox. But I feel like Nintendo did something that generation where they were like, let's get a little weird with it and release like this Mario Sunshine, right? And Pikmin and like these very odd sort of games that weren't what they were known for, right? And that I feel like kind of hurt them in a way. But then you had all that hype with Microsoft and like Halo did like crazy shit that nobody really expected.
Yeah.
But Nintendo never really needed top of the line hardware to begin with.
Oh, their software sells. Like
Yeah, that's
why you
always
buy
been the
a Nintendo
case.
console. That's why I feel like it's weird for them to even be like talking about coming out with a new version, because like I just don't.
I mean, what they've
understand,
done
like,
with the Switch is pretty impressive. Like the thing's like a
But
little
it's
bit
2.5
thicker than
years
an
old.
iPad, and it's
So-
playing games that nobody ever like these little tiny cartridges. It's cool. They're pretty
Yeah.
cool.
It'll be interesting.
Yeah, it's what makes me
Dead
think like Nintendo, like this Alienware knockoff of the Switch. Like
Mhm.
everybody else is looking around and looking at Nintendo and looking at all the other people and being like, how do we make the best thing of the things that are available? Whereas Nintendo sits down with all their big pile of money and goes, how do we make the next thing that no one's done yet? You know?
That's what sets them apart. Because
Right.
they invest so much in research and development for that purpose. Yeah.
Right.
They just need to invest in like better names. The Wii, the Wii U.
The Wii 3PO.
I mean, the Wii
There you
worked.
go.
Yeah.
mean,
No,
look
the
how much
Wii
it
U is
sold.
just a terrible
Wii
name.
U,
That's all.
goddamn.
Yeah.
What a
it's terrible
mistake.
name.
Holy shit.
Did you guys have any opinions on Super Nintendo World, which is coming to Japan,
It's
France,
gonna-
and Orlando, Florida?
Gonna
Yeah.
take down Disney. Disney better be scared.
I mean,
Finally happening.
Disney owns
becoming
everybody except
Not
Nintendo.
Nintendo.
The
They'll
Nintendo
never
and
own
Sony.
Nintendo.
That's like all they do. They just need that
Could
Spider-Man.
you imagine if
and then they're
Nintendo was like, yeah, we're gonna buy Disney next?
fucking-
Yo,
Oh, man.
Disney doesn't
Um,
buy Nintendo. Nintendo buys Disney.
So the
Impossible.
one-
Power moves.
Impossible.
the
Yeah, it's not
Nintendo
gonna
World
happen.
that they showed
Impossible.
I think the first one that's coming is the one in Japan. I think.
Yeah, we're gonna get. It says Orlando's set to get its Super Nintendo World in 2023. Is the
So from
new
what I
article I'm
understand,
looking at?
because my previous job that I was at, like we did a lot of work with the theme parks here.
Mm-hmm.
And from what I understand, like Universal is making like an entire new park. It's
Okay.
not just going to be like an addition where like the one in Japan is an addition to an already existing park. So the one here is going to have a lot more room. So I think that's why it's taking a lot longer, is because that they're going to add more to it. So it's going to start off. It's kind of what Disney did with like the Star Wars place, where it's like it opened in California and then like a year later opened here, but the one that opened here had more rides and was like bigger at the start than the one there because they had more room. So it's like Universal is building an entire theme park around like worlds, and like Nintendo World is just going to be a section of that new park.
Yeah.
So but yeah, I'm super interested.
I'll go
Obviously, I
check
live-
it out. They said that they're
Yeah,
gonna
I
make
live
it
really
interactive,
close, so,
like on your phone, where you're gonna
Yeah.
have to like go to certain places in the park to collect like coins, and you can
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a cool
a
Nintendo
very
gimmick.
interactive like video gamification of real life at a theme park. Like that's neat.
I
and
just
they-
want to walk in and see Tom Nook walking around and like.
You're
dap
gonna
him
get
up.
your picture with Tom Nook.
Dude, I want to dap up
Only if
Tom
he
Nook.
pays him 500 bells first.
Let's start winding down, right? Because it's there's not a whole lot of topics left, but I'm
Yeah.
curious to to investigate this fascination with Tom Nook that you might have. Like if you saw him at a theme park.
I just really like Animal Crossing, so.
Yeah.
And Tom Nook gets like unjustified.
He's like the,
He's like Tom Nook is like he's
He's the cult
a
leader.
cool dude.
Should they
but
put Tom
everybody
Nook
hates
in
him.
Smash?
You know what I mean? I would be down for that. I'd play Smash if Tom. No, I wouldn't play Smash. I'm kidding.
You hate Smash.
I don't hate the game. It's the community. It's
Don't hate the player,
play
just
Smash.
hate. Oh wait, do hate the player, don't hate
Yeah.
Smash.
I
Sorry.
don't hate the podcast.
What
But,
the
you
frick
know,
was
They
that?
have like Harry Potter worlds,
light
and
chair.
the Star
Yeah.
Wars worlds at this point. So just imagine what they could do with like Pokemon and how popular that could be.
Yeah.
And if they've
Poke
set up
World?
if they have a Pokemon center in that park, they are going
Wow.
to print
Money.
fucking cash,
Yeah.
big time.
I would like a Mario Kart ride where it full on recreates like some of the Mario Kart courses, but you
Um,
know, just
yeah.
like on a rail or something, and maybe give you control over the cart, but like have it just follow a set path or something, or even just do like Mario Kart go-karting, you know.
I don't remember if this was.
And if you like maybe could aim at people with like a shell, like you don't actually throw a shell at them, but you push a button that like throws a shell at them and like it stalls their fucking go-kart for a second.
Like go-karts meets laser tag.
Oh, dude, we already have this conversation because I'm having serious fucking deja vu right now.
No, but that'd be amazing.
No, I feel like if we go back and watch the old episodes, like you might have said go-kart meets laser tag. I don't know.
The
Wow, Titan
There
comes
was-
in the chat and says, "Can a motherfucker get a new F-Zero game?" And that's, oh man, that's the 140. That's what we were talking. What's Nintendo gonna do next? F-Zero. That's what they're gonna do next.
Mm.
They kind
That'd
of
be an
need
interesting
to.
choice.
It really would be.
And it is a Nintendo property.
Fuck a Switch remake of F-Zero GX. I'm talking a brand new F-Zero game.
no, dude.
3D Nintendo
Yeah,
Labo.
Yeah, what was the code name? The NX for the Switch before we got it?
F-Zero
Yeah,
NX.
F-Zero NX.
Wow.
There you go.
That would be dope.
Um,
Mario Paint on the Switch. Can we get that?
Pikmin.
What?
Pikmin 40.
Pikmin.
No, we need a new Pokemon Snap game. Like we've been saying for years.
Yeah, where you aim the Switch around like this. Oh, that'd be so
Oh,
good.
yeah.
Just click that
Dude,
R1 button or whatever you call it. R.
Missing their
B.
potential.
Real quick, before we get too far away from it, the concept art for the Nintendo World in Tampa
Yeah.
or in Orlando had a. It's supposedly gonna have a Donkey Kong Country roller coaster.
Ooh, like
I'm
the
in.
like the
And
mines.
then there was like
Sounds
the
good.
concept art had like a barrel, and you shoot out of the barrel. And
Shit.
like, dude,
They could do like a Star Fox ride that's similar to like the Universal like Back to the Future type shit. They could do wow.
Yeah.
There's so much you could do with Nintendo properties,
There really is.
and you know they gotta
So-
have like an arcade there. With like that, like Mario Kart GP, but with like 8 or 12 people competing.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit!
dude, they just have a boxing ring with like a stadium around it, and it's like arms, but you fight other people. Like you just line up and like you fist fight other people.
As Little Mac.
Yeah,
It's just
I
Fight
was
Club.
thinking- Yeah, yeah, dude. It's like one gets green gloves, the other one gets red gloves, and then you just fucking go,
You
Dude,
just beat the piss out of each other.
dude.
we should have came up with this. Let's make PlayStation Park. You ride fucking
There's a
Spyro the
Splatoon
Dragon.
one where you
all
just
that.
graffiti the park, dude.
Yeah, man.
I'm in.
I'm going in
Sign me
Nintendo
up.
World. Let's all take a vacation there, and
Yeah, I'm definitely going.
yeah, we should all plan that and go, and like we'll
mean-
broadcast from there.
Yeah.
There we go.
It'd be great.
Special edition of the podcast
Yeah,
from Nintendo Land.
yeah, the Nintendo World cast. Hey man, we're creeping up on 4 hours. You guys wanna call it?
That's it? 4 hours? What are you guys tired or something?
I'm not tired. I'll play Fortnite for 4 more hours right now.
Let's go.
Jesus Christ.
Let's go, he said. Yeah, last week at this time, Pop was like, I'm playing
What
music.
was that, Pop?
I'm playing music because I think we should call it here. We're running out of
Yes.
not Steam, but topics.
Yes.
I mean, we could talk about the video games. You guys want to start at Atari and work our way up to now? Right now? No, I'm just kidding. Titan, it's been fun. Thanks for hanging out. Make sure to come back on Monday, and we're going to be playing. Right now, there's votes. The votes are 1-1 GTA to Spider-Man. Make sure you vote. I think he did, actually. Oh, shit. Herb Ferguson votes for Spidey.
See, I was gonna vote for Spidey, but now I feel like since you told me it's tied.
Oh, Titan is the GTA vote. That's right. That's Monday at around 5:15 p.m.
Visions of the future.
Mike, when are we gonna expect to see a new Warp in Time video?
So the end of the month is on Friday. So hopefully by Thursday, Friday,
Oh yeah?
everything will be all buttoned up. I'm
What's
hoping one a month. So.
what's the game?
Oh, that's a surprise.
It's
Just
not
a
God of
rant.
War.
It's just a rant about limited
Could
run.
be.
I think it's God of War. That is what you've been playing.
I have.
Is it
So it's
Jay and Silent Bob's Mall Brawl?
Chainsaw Bob Mall Brawl.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a 35-minute video of me standing outside a limited run pop-up store saying, "Where the fuck's my game?" To no answer.
Hey 40, you got anything to plug?
No.
What about your eBay?
I'm
Sell
gonna
some
do
stuff on-
wave 2 of eBay pretty soon.
Yeah?
I got plenty of stuff to sell,
Yeah?
but
Is anybody going to Retro World Expo this year? I'll be there.
I'll be there.
yes, sir.
Maybe.
Just got
Maybe.
the email if I want to be a vendor.
Yeah, I do want to be a vendor, but I don't know what I want to get rid of. Maybe this mountain of shit behind me.
I just want somewhere to sit down during the event.
I do have a reason. It's like I gotta come to pick up my PlayStation 2.
Yeah, well, I could send you that.
But
Or I could set it
it
up in
gives
my
me a
house.
reason to come there.
Yeah, that's true, too. You could also bring your sealed N64 games to sell at the convention. Put them in the
I could.
auction.
Dude, I'm just gonna bring like
Which games do you
Just
have? Do you still have those?
yeah, they're not in this room, but the room next like
Which rattle
My
them
old
off? They're
bedroom?
sealed N64 games.
sealed N64 games and I have all 3 Star Wars games for the NES, but they're open.
Right, but
And
what
you
are
have
the
all those.
sealed
You can have
N64 games?
Sealed N64. It's like Smash, Star Fox. What's the one we were just talking about? The racer. Which one?
Volkswagen
F-Zero.
Beetle? Oh,
F-Zero.
Yo, Beetle Adventure Racing, man, you don't fuck with them.
no,
I don't
that's good.
remember.
That's good.
I haven't looked at them in so long.
Didn't you say it's like
like-
Mario and like fucking?
It's like every popular N64 game that you could get sealed.
That's
It's
great.
like, yeah, like fucking, I don't know.
Clay Fighter,
Donkey Kong
63 and a
64,
third. No, I'm just kidding.
Smash Bros.
You said Donkey Kong, Smash, Star Fox,
Donkey Kong, Smash, Star Fox,
Mario. No Zelda, right?
No,
Or
no,
Zelda?
No Mario. No Mario. No Zelda. F-Zero. Mario Party. Mario Kart.
Damn, that's crazy.
Wait,
There's a
how
couple
did
other
you
ones. I
how
think there
did
was,
you
like-
get all these?
At a flea market.
So I went like
He
on
got
a
all
tear
those for
a
like
while.
50 bucks.
I went on a
What?
tear for a while at flea markets where like I live in Florida, and what happens is like flea markets get really big a certain time of year here because you get all the old people coming down, and they're selling money. They're selling everything to get money to go back up north because it's like summertime. So like the flea markets get like huge from like I don't know like the end of March to like the end of May. And I I started going because I was getting really good deals on just like kind of generic stuff that I like am interested in, like PS3 games and like PS2 shit. And then one time I went and there was an older lady and she had a box and it was I think there was probably I think there's like 12. I have a picture somewhere I can send, and they're in the other room. There was like 12 sealed N64 games. There's the 3 Star Wars games for the NES, and then I think for the Game Boy there was like two. The NES games are opened, and the Game Boy games were opened. There's like Pokemon Red, Blue with the boxes and manuals and everything, and a couple other things. Like there was like probably like 20 games in the box, all boxed. All the N64 games were sealed. Like this was definitely like my son or grandson was like a collector and left this box in my attic and forgot about it. And
Either
I
that or
was
owned a
trying to sell them
fucking
on it.
EB Games or something.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
it was
right.
definitely this. Like, yeah, she like didn't know what she had, and I just asked her. I was like, there was another guy in the booth with me. I picked up the box and he saw it and was just like standing there waiting for me to like put it down. And so I didn't want to like haggle with her. So I was like, just how much for the entire box? And she was like, I don't know, what is there, like 20 things in there? I was like, yeah, it looks whatever. I just wanted her to sell it to me so I didn't have to worry about the guy.
Yeah.
She was like, $50. And I was like, okay. I didn't argue with her. I just gave her the $50. Like,
Yeah,
and then
man.
like I went home and looked, and like I think like one of the N60, like the least valued N64 game was like almost like triple fifth. Like I like made my money back on just one of those sealed games.
Holy
That dude at
shit!
the flea
dude.
market shit himself in rage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, the other guy went home and fucking
No.
killed himself.
No, so that's what happened. Like that guy was friends with like a big collector around here, and told him that like, dude, this kid like got this deal that you should have got. And then from like basically from that point on, like all the local stores and stuff around here, they'll have like events where like they'll do like trades and shit, and like they purposely like won't do anything with me because I got that deal, and they like resent me for it.
Haters
You're
gonna
the
hate.
sealed N64 kid.
Haters gonna hate is all I'm gonna say to that. What a fucking bunch of bitches. Hey, that kid got.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck him.
I mean, it was pure
Don't
luck.
sleep.
Like we were both in the booth. He picked the left side, I picked the right side, and I just happened to like
Yeah.
come across this
Yeah,
box.
tell him to go suck dicks.
That was
Fuck
like
him.
right when it opened. Like that was early.
Yeah, so I would go like there was like probably like a stretch of like 2 or 3 months where I was going like every morning, like because there's like I don't know, like there's probably like 4 or 5 pretty big flea markets in like driving distance from me, and yeah, like there's a certain time of year where like they just get like half of the parking lot gets filled up with people like selling stuff out of their trunk because they can't get like booth space because it's like so filled up, and it's mostly like old people who just like they're trying to sell everything that they can so that they have like money to go for like the summer like back up north or whatever.
Wow.
So I got a lot of like in that like couple months I got a lot of good stuff. Like I think I got like an N64 with like a controller and a couple games for like $20. Like there's a bunch of stuff like I was just going through, and like most of it like I ended up trading, or like I typically only buy stuff that I'm like interested in. So that was like a case
When
where
it's that cheap, you gotta just buy it no
Yeah.
matter what. Holy crap.
For sure.
But the last couple times I went out, the flea markets were fucking ass. There was like nobody there. Like I don't know what's happened. I don't know.
Yep. So,
Sorry, I'm like typing in trivia answers on the stream that's providing the music right now. You guys ready to to end it here?
yeah, I think we can call this one.
All right, this has been a pretty chill 4-hour podcast. Oh, not a record,
God.
but yeah, the 4-hour Godcast.
Dear God.
Check it out tomorrow on the 4-hour vodcast.
Ooh.
Uh-huh. You see what I did there?
Last first ever Godcast.
That's right, the last, first, second, and third Godcast ever. Yo, man, this was pretty fun. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm just gonna wrap it up right here. On behalf of Killer Metal Mike, Pop That Baby Maker, and Herb Ferguson, I'm Mark Money, reminding you all, don't hate the player, hate God of War Ascension. All right, peace out.